This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject. Brought to you by supporters of Christ.
I got to state the rules so y'all will know and you can't cry later. There is no ad hominems. There is no getting personal. You will lose 5 minutes if you get personal. And every time you do, you will lose 5 minutes. So I don't think y'all want to do that. You want to make sure y'all just deal with the information that people is coming in to see and to hear this information. All right. It's 5 minutes of opening, both parties. Brother Jabari, Dr. EnQi, go first. And it's 30-minute rounds for 3 rounds. But in each round, you will have 5 minutes to rebut each other. Y'all both will have 5 minutes to rebut. All right. And I think I said it was 10-minute closing. Did I say that? Or 5?
10-minute closing.
I believe we said 10.
Okay, 10-minute closing. And after the Q&A, you're gonna have to have a Q&A. And you're gonna have to answer. All questions must be answered. Now, even if you say, I don't know, or I don't have the answer to that, that's an answer. You can't get the brothers for that. And then we just move on. So are there any questions, anybody?
Yeah, how is the Q&A? Like, is that like a 5 minutes or 10 questions, or like what does the Q&A consist of?
The Q&A consists of both of you will be able to ask each other 4 questions. And you can go 4 straight, or y'all could go 1-1, however y'all decide. What y'all rather do? You could go 1 question EnQi, then 1 question Jabari, then back to EnQi, or you can let off all 4 of your questions, and then Jabari could go 4 questions. How y'all rather do it?
I like the alternating questions idea.
Okay, back and forth. That's cool.
I'm okay with that.
And you have 1.5 minutes to answer the question. 1.5 minutes just to answer that question. Are there any questions, Jabari?
And just to clarify, we're talking about how many rounds?
We're talking about 3 rounds. And
3 30-minute rounds.
Right. And that's it. And before we start, Nepal, can you tell them what is the title of the debate, if you remember offhand?
Sure. I can read it. Just give me 1 second. It is for the people, of course, or for everybody. It is Brother Jabari Osaze versus Minister EnQi. Is Christ a literal and historical character, and is he the word of God?
All right, and there you go. That's it. I'm going to fall back. You got your first opening. 5 minutes, right?
5 minutes, brother.
5 minutes on your opening. Nepal, you got the time ready?
5-minute opening, 3 30-minute rounds, 10-minute closing, correct?
Yeah, but 5 minutes after each round where they get to rebut.
Got it. So it's actually 35 minutes total.
Yes.
Okay,
and
great.
So, EnQi, you go first. I want to get off the screen. How do I get off that screen, Nepal?
You stop talking. Let me see.
Yeah, when other people start talking, then that person that's talking goes onto the screen.
Okay, there you go.
Let's go. If you put your mic on mute, then you won't be on the screen.
All right. And so without any further ado, brothers, let's have a clean debate. Remember the rules. I told you there's no ad hominems. There's no getting personal, because I don't want to take 5 minutes. Y'all need all the time y'all can
get. Now, hold on.
Yeah.
What you mean getting personal?
Meaning,
thank you. We're going to need clarification.
Well, meaning you can't talk about the brother's business. You can't talk about family. You can't talk about him personally. Stuff like that.
That's fine.
Yeah, in the same way with him. He can't talk about your business or you personally or nothing like that.
Okay. Yeah, let's get it.
What if EnQi mentions that Jabari is a Kemetic priest? Is that
he can mention that? No, that ain't no problem.
Okay, great.
Because he is a Kemetic priest.
And I want you to know I'm having a little technical issue here. So I'm going to be trying to clear it up. If I pop out, if I pop out, I will be back.
Okay.
I would rather you give me like 2 minutes to try to
Let's
resolve.
do that. Yes, you have as much time as you
Because I
need.
would rather hear everything that EnQi is doing. For some reason, having a tech issue here, and I'm not sure why it's behaving so poorly. Give me
But that's why I told you come in early, Jabari.
Yeah.
That's a tech on your instrument, on your part.
Could it be the Necharu?
What was that? Could it be the Necharu? The Necharu giving you mercy and giving you a few minutes to prepare? Sure.
You can view
I
it
think
that way.
that's possible. I think that's
EnQi,
possible.
set your stuff up. You going first. This
That's
is the
what's
opening round. You're going to be opening up to the audience. Remember, it's just like a jury. They the jury. You're appealing to them. You'll let them know what you're getting ready to do and getting ready to prove. So a lot of people don't know what openings are. You know.
Hey, listen,
Come on,
opening is just
Bobby,
another 5
Bobby,
minutes you got to talk.
Can you hear EnQi?
Yes, I can.
All right, we're gonna get started, brother.
Give me a second.
We don't want text fix it now so it won't be going on through the.
That's what I'm trying to do. Give me 1 second. I should be good to go in a minute.
And while he does that, everybody, I want to say thank you so much for being here. Y'all are here. The house is full. I do want to mention that I love how we are on CPT time. Come on, y'all. If you don't like color people time, you know what I'm saying? People got their tickets. Like it was like 50 people at the end today getting tickets. So I love you all for being here. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Sonetter appreciates you. Dr. EnQi, Brother Jabari, we appreciate you being here. And you know this is going to be a classic.
Are you ready, Jabari?
Sonetter, when he is ready,
I'm gonna let you know. Give me a second.
Sonetter, you took some. Did you drink a Red Bull?
I don't drink that poison.
Talk heavy, talk heavy. Talk heavy, side talk heavy.
Not drink that poison.
You need to, and then he just, come on, Sonetter.
I'm telling you, baby.
No snitching is allowed during the debate, Nepal.
What did you say? No snitching?
No snitching is allowed during the debate.
All of y'all are stupid.
All right, come on, man. The audience is waiting for this, man. Let's get it.
And they're gonna wait. It's only gonna take a moment. Don't worry about it.
They are happy to be here. Let's see. Let me.
It's not gonna take long.
Go ahead, Brother Jabari. I'm gonna see who's in the house. Yep. I see you guys. I see Moses. We see H. Millette, Joel Armstrong, Carlington Watson. We got Keith Brodney in the house.
Did they get the did H. Millette and them get the run the chat or no?
I have to actually add them to the Zoom for the next one. It's a little bit, they're gonna be actually, you know how you're on the Zoom? Mm-hmm. I have to add them to the Zoom. So I will be doing that for next time.
You want to do it now while Jabari doing that?
It's probably gonna take a minute because then they have to go out.
Oh, okay, I got you.
But yeah, I do want to do that because it would help if they can mod. Let's see who else is in the building. Kassad is in here. Kabad. I don't see Black Sage in the house. He needs to get all the debates information that he can get. Where is he at? Go ahead.
Just so you know, I'm ready when you are. Okay.
Awesome.
All right, let's fall back. Dr. EnQi, you got the time ready to Paul? 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell EnQi when he's ready. Go on mute, Jabari.
EnQi, I'm going to tell you when you're ready. You're ready now, EnQi. Okay. No, honestly, in all seriousness, let me know when you have 5 minutes for your opening. When you start talking, your time starts.
Okay. Who is the utterance? So we're going to start with who is the utterance, who Nefer. We're doing this for the Church of Winning Nefer Christ. The main source of confusion with Christianity and its parent, Kemetic science, is the lack of scientific understanding of the text. Biblical and Kemetic. You cannot understand the biblical or the Bible or Kemetic text without understanding the forces that create and sustain life. Why do Kemetic scholars teach that the Neteru were universal forces without identifying those forces, leaving their students and themselves open to chakra foolishness and other foreign concepts? Jabari specifically is teaching that the Neteru were universal forces, but not actual, meaning that they don't exist. Then at other times, he claims the opposite. We must also acknowledge the fact that Jabari is quoting and teaching Madame Blavatsky when he says that the Neteru are not literal and actual. That concept is a direct lesson pulled from Madame Blavatsky, not Kemetic text. Chakras aren't even that important. We intend to prove that when a Nefer is the original Christ, when a Nefer existed, as do all the Neter, the glyphs for Re are a standing wave and a resonant wave cavity vortex, as well as the standing wave being the word. Before you get confused, I will be using the Bible to specifically satisfy the debate victory requirements. Is Christ a literal and historical character, and is Christ the word? One of which we proved already. First, I need you to learn what the word is. The word is a standing wave. In history, in the glyphs, in our thoughts, when we speak, when matter is formed, etc. A standing wave. Our ancestors knew this science, and it was life. It was life for them and became religion later for others.
Y'all want to see a dead body? Y'all want to see a dead body?
He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus. We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so. And I believe literally, I feel an energy that is Heru. Not a physical person, but an energy. And I believe literally, I feel an energy that is Heru. Not a physical person, but an energy. And that energy has assisted me. I would call that Heru.
Okay, so right here in the intro, we have Jabari identifying Heru and Osiris as the original Christ, and also saying that Heru is literal because he feels him literally in actual real life. So in the intro, I think we might have already finished the debate. I think we might have already finished the debate in the intro. But we'll recap because we have some more time.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus. We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
See, that's the best source. Jabari's the source for quite a bit of my argument. Jabari can't argue against Jabari.
And I believe literally,
We are strong. We come back. We push forward.
I feel an energy that is Heru. Not a physical person.
My yesterday or tomorrow, I place the trail and you follow. From my home, I'll be Apollo.
Thank you so much, EnQi, for that opening. Now we would
I
move
thought
on
you was going to give me the 1 minute warning.
Oh, you needed the 1 minute warning for your 5 minute. Okay, next time I will give you that for sure. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much, EnQi, for that.
Pa, if you'd like, he could take another minute.
It's I don't know. I think he.
No. Go ahead, Jabari. Do your thing.
Another minute.
So graceful.
That's very generous of you. That's very generous.
And so
I'm a gentleman. I'm a gentleman.
Very much of you. Okay. However, everyone, we got to stay fair. So let's get our brother Jabari in to do his 5 minute intro. Do you need me to let you know that you have 1 minute left, or you just can go?
No, I do not. I'm going to actually also keep my own time. That's usually what I do. Just to, I can glance down and see what the time is. On the larger debate issues, it may be helpful, but not for the 5 minute section.
Exactly. So when you start speaking, your time begins.
Okay. Could you go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, sir. There it is. I believe you can see, is the biblical Jesus Christ a historical character?
Yes. Yes. Now, family, I want to be really clear that I knew that EnQi was going to try to do this. Notice that the topic, even if he wants to say that we're talking about Christ, notice he's not talking about Christ. Notice very carefully that he is going to continue to be the remarkably unsourced EnQi. That is what I call him, and you're going to see that that's what he's going to do. But right out front, I want you to hear him answer about what we are debating about. I want you to hear him answer this. Take a listen. To flim flam, because he's going to prove that Christ is a literal historical character and that Jesus is the word. If he thinks he's going to do that and I knew he was going to try to do that, by the way. We argued for a long time about the name Jesus or Christ. We argued about it. But on this very video, he said to Sonetter that when he says Christ, he means Jesus. Does he not know that I have that clipped and ready? What do you think that I do? Have you not?
A little something.
Have you not watched any of my debates?
Let me ask you a question.
No, EnQi, you are not going to speak now. You don't even have the right to speak after playing a music video, a poorly crafted music video. Now I want you to listen to EnQi acknowledge what we are debating about. I told you I knew he was going to do this. By the way, all of the Hebrews, all of the Christians that came here to see your champion. Yes, you were describing him like a champion just a few weeks ago, just a few days ago, just a few hours ago, came to see him give you authentic proof of the historicity of Jesus. I want you to know that he is failing you. Take a listen to him to explain what the debate is really about.
All right, I got to ask this question, Dr. EnQi. This is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make clear, because some people try to say, well, there was a man by the name of Christ. You know what I'm saying, Jabari? That lived. That was historical. So we want to just clear that up right now. We got the information, the clarity. Go ahead, Dr. EnQi.
So I want you to understand that EnQi thinks that he is going to play Harlem's famous 3-card Monte game, and y'all aren't going to see what he's doing. You followed the cards. You know where the ace is at. Don't let him try to confuse you about what this debate is supposed to be about. It ain't about Hunefer. It ain't about Kemetic text. It's about the Christ of the Bible. Show me where Hunefer is in the Bible. So what is this debate about? This debate is about the biblical Jesus. Definitely not about Jesus stripped of miracles. This is a historical debate. It's not based on anyone's faith. By the way, EnQi's going to continue to try to insult my Kemetic tradition, and he thinks that I'm going to get upset or I'm going to jump out the window.
Folks, you know me well enough. That's not going to happen. He even tried to say something in his old. That's just not going to happen. He can waste his time, his very valuable time doing that. It's not going to be a problem. It must be judged on the logical use of verifiable sources. There is a complete scarcity of quality sources. We will dispense with misconceptions based on focusing entirely on the Bible. We will make the point that the story of Jesus is an echo of ancient African traditions. It was remixed by foreigners according to their worldview and social mores. If this is a story that is remixed according to someone's social mores, we're not talking about a historical figure. That's what EnQi is supposed to be debating about. I just want you to know, I'm going to stay faithful to the topic of the debate. And I think you know by the opening, you should not expect EnQi to do the same. And that's fine, because I didn't know he was going to get sources anyway. So please, let's proceed. I'm going to have a good time here. And I'm sure even you at home are going to enjoy this as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brother Jabari. Time. I do want to double check. We had some of the chat saying they think that your slides weren't moving, but I think you stayed on one on purpose, just that first slide. You were, okay, great. Just
That's
double
correct.
check. Perfect.
Yeah, I said some things. I played 2 videos and I showed the slide. Trust me, there's more to come, folks.
Yes, much more to come. In fact, with that said, let's get started right away and go into our very first round. Now, the first round is going to be EnQi, correct? Dr. EnQi is going to come in. EnQi, you have a 30-minute round right now. You don't have anything to rebut.
I know
correct?
the rebuttal comes at the end.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you so much. And so when you start speaking, your time will begin, but I will let you know that I will come in a minute before and say you have 1 minute left, just to give you that time.
Come in at 5 minutes before, since we're doing 30-minute rounds.
Yes, sir. Por supuesto. Of course. All right. When you're.
Tú hablas español.
Okay. Sí. Sí.
Okay.
Listo para tisto. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, when you start speaking, your time begins. I will come in at 25 minutes and let you know you have 5 minutes left. Go ahead.
All right. So right out the gate, we can see that Jabari is lying and looking to manipulate the audience. Nepal has read the title of the debate, and biblical, the word biblical is not in the title of the debate, nor is the name Jesus in the title of the debate. So Jabari is already looking to mislead you, which means Jabari has already lost this debate. But I'm going to get to the science and we'll come back. So I want y'all to first pay attention to what you see on the screen. You see 2 different hieroglyphs here, both of them for Ray. What I want to establish in the first round is the science associated with Ray and how advanced our ancestors in Kemet actually were, so we can identify these forces and demonstrate that these forces still exist today.
My yesterday or tomorrow, I place the trail and follow from the home of the Apollo. I spit and you swallow. I'm here.
Electron, we see that they don't behave like particles, but act more like waves. And it was this wave model that allowed us to really understand what was going on at this classical level of a Bohr atom. And so we realized that electrons could be here or here or here, but they didn't exist in the middle. And that was puzzling to scientists. Also, why is it when an electron falls down, it emits a photon of light, this certain amount of energy?
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked.
Taking good notes.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunked biology. Talking hieroglyph.
Well, the wave model unlocked that.
Know the metal nature, but you flunk
I just want you to
biology.
take notes,
Talking
Jabari.
hieroglyphics.
Because we've really got a good understanding of how waves work. So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave.
Know the metal nature, but you flunk biology. Talking hieroglyphics.
So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave.
Know the metal nature, but you flunk biology. Talking hieroglyphics.
So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave. Of an electron, we see that they don't behave like particles, but act more like waves. And it was this wave model that allowed us to really understand what was going on at this classical level of a Bohr atom. And so we realized that electrons could be here or here or here, but they didn't exist in the middle. And that was puzzling to scientists. Also, why is it when an electron falls down, it emits a photon of light, this certain amount of energy? Well, the wave model unlocked that because we've really got a good understanding of how waves work. So if we have waves moving back and forth, they create something called a standing wave. And so what scientists started to hypothesize is maybe the electrons, as they're moving around, are interfering with themselves. They're going so fast that they're interfering with the electrons as they come around again. And so maybe they're wrapping around and creating standing waves. And so areas out here, we could get a standing wave.
You see what a standing wave looks like?
Where the electron moving around the outside of the atom is interfering with the electron itself. And so what you get are these standing waves.
Know the metal nature, but you flunk biology. Talking hieroglyphics.
Standing waves that build up, and that's where that energy allows the electron to be there. But in
words are standing waves. Vocal tract resonance. The human vocal tract acts as a natural resonance cavity that filters the buzzy sounds produced by the vibrating vocal cords into specific shapes made by the tongue and lips, soft palate, creating standing waves. Acoustic environments, in an enclosed space like a room, sound waves, speech reflects off the walls. The room dimensions match the wavelength of certain frequencies of sound. Standing waves can be set up. Musical instruments. Musical instruments rely on creating standing waves within air columns or on a string to produce sustained notes. Okay? So I'm explaining to you the science of what a word is. I'm demonstrating it to you from a collegiate level, a scholarly level, and showing you our ancestors knew that and captured that in the glyphs of Re, right? And then also here, in Nefer. Nefer is very important because you'll see that this is a part of the name for Osiris. But Nefer encapsulates the source of standing waves, which is where the all of creation is supposed to emanate from. This is why we have Ptah and Memphis, the heart and the tongue, because between the heart and the tongue is where standing waves are created. Also the brain. The brain completely relies on traveling waves and standing waves. So not only do we have the words being formulated as standing waves, but we also have thought integration throughout the neural networks as standing waves. Brain function, integration and coherence. Standing waves are important for binding different areas of information together and overall coordinated, coherent activity in normal brain function. Resonant phenomena. Studies suggest that the brain works like a resonance chamber, right? So I want you to understand once again what a standing wave is and what the word is and why Re, the hieroglyph for Re, is a standing wave and a resonant standing wave cavity. The sun functions via standing waves. This is another reason that Re is associated with the sun, because the sun is a large resonant cavity for standing waves. The sun functions as a vast resonant chamber of standing waves, specifically acoustic pressure waves, the foundation of the scientific field of helioseismology. Okay, so everybody at home, you should be taking notes. You should be proud that I'm showing you the science of modern day was captured by your ancestors 5,000 years ago and preserved for you up to today. So hopefully y'all get it. our ancestors were telling you about the nature of the universe. The nature of the universe is waves, electromagnetic waves and mechanical waves via traveling waves and standing waves. Standing waves being the focus of matter and life. Kemetic scholars don't understand this part of Kemet, like Jabari. They would tell you all day that the Neter stood for natural forces, but they will never explain to you exactly which natural forces they are talking about. The word is the fundamental standing wave. This right here is the glyph for a mouth, which formulates words via standing waves. It is also, when you put the determinative under it, a glyph for ray, the standing wave. When and Nefer, the original word that became flesh. Actual.
Teru are not literal. That is what I'm saying. They're not literal and actual.
Now, here's a problem. Here's another problem with Jabari saying that the Neteru are not actual. The name Nefer means to exist. So if we're looking at the Kemetic text, the Kemetic text speaks specifically about existence. So when you start to say that the Neteru don't exist, you are not teaching the Kemetic text. That comes from another source altogether. And we will get there.
Teru are not literal. That is what I'm saying. They're not literal and actual.
Can Jabari read the Medu Neter? I don't even care if he can. It doesn't matter. What matters is, do the people reading the Medu Neter understand what they're actually looking at? Can a Kemetic priest say he is teaching the Kemetic text and say that Osiris does not exist when the name Nefer means to exist?
Y'all want to see a dead body?
See, Jabari had y'all led to believe that I was going to come here with no sources. But when we go to the TLA, which is a primary source amongst Kemetic scholars, it says clearly, Nefer, to exist. This is very important as we continue to move through this conversation. I promise you, you should take notes at home. We just wanted to blow it up on the big screen so you can see it. When he says that the Neteru do not exist, that does not come from the primary text. Let's go to Hatshepsut at Karnak. What does this say? It says that all of this really happened. And you can see in the glyph what is used. You can see in the glyphs what is used and the translation. All this really happened. This is very important as we move through this, because I want y'all to understand this is not just a historical conversation, but a scientific one. Theophile Obenga says atomic theory comes from Kemet. Let's go to the text. Who then is he? Osiris it is. Otherwise, it says his name. Clearly on the second line, you see here, it is Ra. It is of Ra when he uniteth with him. So now we're talking about Ra uniting with Osiris. Oh, y'all can't even see my finger point. My finger's pointing on the screen. Ra unites with Osiris. This is important because I know y'all are saying, well, why are we looking at hieroglyphs for Ra? Because we're establishing something that you'll see come to fruition in the later rounds, in the later discourse. For now, just know Osiris, Nefer, means to exist. Also know that we're talking about science. I didn't give you a generic term and say natural forces. I'm pinpointing based on the actual text, the hieroglyphs of Re, a standing wave and a resonant wave cavity. Now, if you only study the Medu Neter language and you don't actually study science, you could look at a standing wave for 20 or 30 years, like some of you people at home have already done, and never recognized that it is the standard hieroglyph for ray. You could look at it and never know that the sun is a resonant wave cavity for standing waves. So again, we have Osiris, right? The original gleam in his father's eye, right? Now we go here, we have the interaction between standing waves and vortices, right? Which again speaks to the relationship of the two glyphs used for ray. I want y'all to follow along with this now. I know this sciencey part gets a little complicated. It gets a little complicated, but I want y'all to be able to follow along with this. Energy creates matter using two standard geometries, a standing wave and a vortex. A vortex dissipates energy. A standing wave allows it to collect. This is very important as we understand that all matter comes from a standing wave. So when our ancestors were saying that the world was created by the word, they were telling you that the world around you is created by the standing wave. And modern science agrees. Modern science tells you that the periodic table is made out of standing waves. Your ancestors told you that the world was created from standing waves. The Bible then tells you the world was created from the word. The word is a standing wave. If we apply the science, our ancestors were leaving us a treasure trove of truth, intellectual property that we could stand on today and build with. But the problem is when non-scientific people look at science, they don't know what they're looking at. That's why we have people in the House of Consciousness today telling you that Africans did not have science. There's no such thing as African science. They don't know what they're looking at. They don't know what they're looking at. Energy transfer. Energy transfers between standing waves and vortexes. Standing waves build, a vortex distribute. What do we have as a vortex that you can see? A tornado, a whirlwind, the drain in your tub going down, the clouds when the weather's forming. Everywhere these patterns exist. Spirals, golden mean ratio. Everywhere these patterns exist. The word is the form energy takes as described by Kemetic text. Is Christ the word? So I want y'all to pay attention. Jabari has blanked off his screen so that he can take notes because he realizes that things have just shifted. The only thing that can exist in a pure vacuum and create is light, traveling waves. I want y'all to understand this. When we talk about first causes of matter, first causes of life, first causes of anything, the only thing that can exist in a vacuum, in nothingness, is light. The Bible tells us God is light, and it tells us Jesus is the light of the world. We also have the Kemetic text establishing that Heru is light. We also have that the Kemetic text I just showed you of Osiris combining with Ra, Ray, who is also a light body, a light being, or the sun that gives light to the world. So I just want to keep this running theme coming together because this new information, it might be hard for y'all to wrestle with coming in all at once, but it's okay. We're going to continue to drip sources on you. We're going to continue to drip information on you so that you get this, because I want y'all to learn today. Traveling waves, God is light. Traveling waves create matter, and standing waves are the words from the mouth of God. God is light in both the biblical text and the Kemetic text. So is Christ. Now, y'all remember this from the last debate. This is what I was explaining to y'all in the last debate.
Welcome. What would you say to...
This is what I was explaining to y'all in the last debate with quantum field theory. The emergence from the quantum soup. Your ancestors were explaining that. They already had the parts and their interactions. That's called the scientific mechanism. We originated a scientific mechanism. We originated that and communicated that through the stories of the Neteru. Very important for you to understand this concept. The Kamenu describe the mechanisms, parts, and interactions of the parts of the quantum world. Waves of potential. Very important that we understand that the Kamenu represented waves of potential, which is why we have noon. And when we come to standing waves, we're talking about waves that are going to precipitate. Now, back to the original utterance. In the Kemetic text, they didn't say word. They didn't use English. In the Old Testament, they didn't use English either. When we go to the Kemetic text, the word is who. It is also infinity. It is also, right? So we see that in the Kamenu. It is also infinity, right? It is the utterance. It is the word of creation. This is very important. Now, when we go to the Oxford dictionaries, you see the word utterance there. The definition is a spoken word. Very important to put these things in your back pocket. Jabari will try to bend words, even lie outright to you like he did to you about the topic of this discussion. The debate is not about biblical Jesus. Let's go back to some more text. When we go to the 8th hour, we see Heru here described as the original utterance. So again, we now have Heru as the original word. What is utterance? A spoken word, or a statement, or a vocal sound, which all three come from scientifically what's known as a standing wave. I want y'all to be clear on what you're seeing right here. We're going to the source material. So if he keeps saying remarkable sourceless EnQi, say no. EnQi pulled up the Amduat. EnQi pulled up the TLA. EnQi pulled up Oxford. Right? So we have utterance. We go to the etymology. The etymology for the word utterance in Christian theology, the etymology for the word in Christian theology means utterance. So I want you to get a good look at that on your screen. In the Bible. So you say, oh no, EnQi's not speaking about the Bible. In the Bible, when they say the word, that word means utterance. So again, I showed you here, and I showed you the definition, that word means utterance. And then from utterance, I showed you in the Kemetic text what utterance means.
EnQi, I paused your time. Are you changing your screen because it's still on the Kamenu, and people are asking? Are you changing your slides?
Yeah, I've changed mad slides.
No, you're stuck on just that one where it says Kamenu describes mechanism.
Oh, so, I gotta go back my time.
Well, I paused your time.
You paused my time just now, but that.
Well, you were still speaking the information. I mean,
right, but people couldn't see it.
Okay, so I don't know about giving you extra time for that. It's your tech thing, not mine. So
it's not my tech thing. The Zoom just glitched.
The Zoom glitched.
Nah. We'll give you 3 minutes. We'll give you 3 more minutes to go back over it. But that is your fault, EnQi, not the Zoom, brother. It's
okay,
your
look. Is my screen showing right now different screen?
Yes, it is. Yes. Can it move? Let me see it move.
I'm moving it. It's not moving.
No, it's not moving. See, that's your stuff.
That's your thing going on over there.
Your screen
Look, it's not us. And we told you about.
Wait, hold on. Your screen is not in slideshow mode.
Yes.
So we'll give you 3 minutes to go back over.
I mean, that seems like a copious amount.
The people heard you talking, though.
I don't know. Is that okay with Jabari? 3 minutes?
You're the moderator. We're the moderator. Jabari got to be okay with it.
Okay. Well, there
I'll
it
let
is.
him have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to be totally diplomatic on it. So, all right, great. So I haven't started your time back. You're right at about 19 minutes. You're about 20 minutes. So you're going to get an extra 3 minutes. So do you want to try to just move through those slides? It's still on that same screen.
No, I'm good. It's moving now, right?
Great. It is moving now. So I'm going to resume your time. You're at about 20 minutes. Remember, I'm coming in at 25 minutes until you have, well, now I'm not coming in 25 minutes. I'm coming in.
So I got 13 minutes basically right now.
Yes.
Let's see you move it again, Doc. Let's see you move it again. Okay, good. You're good.
13 minutes? He had 10 minutes left, really?
He had 10 minutes left.
Okay.
That's, yeah. So I'll still come in at 25, EnQi. Okay. And you'll know you have an additional 8 minutes. So you're at 20 minutes. Tell me when you're ready to resume your time.
I'm ready.
Okay, time resumed.
Okay, so what I was saying was that quantum field theory is basically the modern scientific version of what our ancestors laid out. Our ancestors laid out the Kemenu, which is features noon or none, which is the wave, undifferentiated, chaotic infinity. And then from that, you have the first emergence. That emergence then becomes the tomb, and we go on from there. Modern science agrees with that. Modern science agrees with that. The Kemenu described the parts and interactions of those parts, not chaos, waves of potential. Not chaos, waves of potential. So I showed who, which is the divine utterance in the Kemetic text, right? We went to the Oxford Dictionary and I showed that utterance, the definition of utterance is a spoken word. I went then to the Kemetic text to show that Heru is identified, Heru, a character, is identified with the word, the utterance, right? In the Kemetic text. And I was saying specifically, laying out some of the sources that you've noticed that we've used TLA. We're going to the Kemetic text. We're showing you things. First primary source. Again, we have utterance. Now we go to the etymology of the word word. And when we go to the etymology of the word word, you can read here. It says the meaning promise was in Old English, as was the theological sense of Holy Scriptures, God's message and Christian doctrine. So when we go to the Christian doctrine and we see the word word used, especially in the creative sense, it is talking about utterance. So here we have utterance. Here's the etymology telling us this is where Christian theology uses came from. And then we go back to utterance, a spoken word. We go back to the Kemetic text. We have Heru, right? We're moving. Now, standing wave. Again, I want you to understand that when we're talking about the mouth, right, we're talking about the generation of standing waves, which is why Ptah is always referenced with the heart and the tongue, right? I want y'all to get this. So I'm giving y'all the science, but I'm also giving y'all pictures. So hopefully it could jog something in your genetic memory, right? This is what a fundamental standing wave looks like.
Spiritual system of ancient Kemet. In ancient Kemet and Kosh, the Kemetu believed in one creator, the spiritual consciousness and of all things.
So Jabari is going to have to debate Mfudishi. Jabari is going to have to debate Theophile Obenga. It's not just me saying these things, right? We have NASA. We have NASA as a source for standing waves at the edge of Earth's magnetic bubble, right? So it's not just me he's going to have to debate, right? We have the sun as a resonant cavity in its plasma vibrating with three-dimensional standing waves as studied in helioseismology. We have electrons. Electrons behave as standing waves when confined to an atom, right? We have the depiction. So I'm giving y'all every source possible to verify that your ancestors were not general when they said the next rule represented energy or forms of energy. They were specific. But today's Kemetic scholars are so caught up in chasing other things, they haven't given you this information. In fact, They don't even recognize the science when it's in front of them. So when you look at the top here, this is a fundamental standing wave. This is a fundamental standing wave. Again, here in the top left corner, a fundamental standing wave, which is what your ancestors were communicating to you. Again, a fundamental standing wave. Key points about waves in the sun. The sun's interior is constantly in motion due to convection, which generates acoustic waves. These waves bounce back and forth, creating three-dimensional standing wave patterns. Right? Now, we get to see the glyph of Re in the text. So you get to see in the text the actual standing wave where your ancestors were trying to communicate the science to you. Again, the actual standing wave, the word, the light of the world. All people, all places, and all things are created by standing waves. This is why I'm showing you. 5 minutes?
You're at 25 minutes. You have 8 more minutes.
Okay, 8 more minutes. Good. Okay, so this is why I'm showing you the two symbols for Re. On the left, you have a standing wave. On the right, you have a wave cavity, which is a macro version. We could look at the sun as a standing wave cavity, and then we could shrink that all the way down to the micro version, and we could look at an atom. And I already gave you a PhD professor to explain it earlier. I know we had a little music in there and it was new concepts, but I wanted to give it to you from somebody else besides me. Somebody else besides me. So your ancestors were communicating very specific science to you. It wasn't principles. It wasn't allegorical foolishness. It wasn't the fact that they didn't exist, because when we talk about these forces exist right now. The clothes you have on your back, the laptop you're using, all of the things around us, including you, are made of standing waves. Osiris versus standing waves. The perfect black depicted green. Why? Quantum electronic states exist inside melanin. Even though melanin is amorphous, its electrons still occupy molecular orbitals. In quantum mechanics, molecular orbitals are standing wave solutions to the Schrodinger equation. Chlorophyll molecules do not create standing waves in space. However, inside the molecule, the electrons behave as quantum standing wave patterns. These patterns determine which wavelengths of light chlorophyll can absorb and why chlorophyll is green, how energy is transferred during photosynthesis. This is explained in the 6th hour of the Amduat. In the 6th hour of the Amduat, once again, we have Re uniting with Osiris. Yes, we have Re uniting with Osiris, right? We have Osiris, the green, the chlorophyll, and we have Re, the sun, the light, coming together. And then you have what? The production of plants. You have the production of plants and the sustenance, the creation of food for the people. So we have an early depiction of photosynthesis. So again, these are not random allegorical things that are not real or don't exist. These are actual scientific processes that we have not spent enough time studying what our ancestors left us to see. And again, we go into the text. So just because it's in black and white, don't believe. You see the sources there. Jabari's going to have to debunk the Amduat. Intelligence, Ma'at, the ability to organize. Google it. Self-organization is driven by energy flow. So when our ancestors used terms that denoted intelligence, when they used terms that denoted consciousness, you have to first say to yourself, our modern day definition of consciousness may not be exactly the same as Kemetic people's version of consciousness or intelligence 5,000 years ago. So when they were talking about intelligent energy, when they were talking about conscious energy, what they were talking about was self-organization of energy. The ability to organize denoted intelligence for our ancestors, which is the reason why we have Ma'at, order and sequence. Order and sequence is how you organize. So organization was what they saw as a form of intelligence, hence the reason that Neteru were given the designation of intelligent forces, intelligent, conscious forces, because these forces self-organize. This is not metaphorical. This is not allegorical. This is today. Modern science, Google it. Self-organization is driven by energy flow. And when you look it up, it's going to tell you that self-organization is driven by two primary geometrical formations in energy flow: a vortex, or a resonant cavity for standing fields or for standing waves, and a standing wave. The two hieroglyphs of Re. We're going to keep moving. We're going to keep moving. Do you see how and why your ancestors viewed energy as what we call consciousness? Standing waves and vortices are the shapes of consciousness and of Re. Vortices are a primary mechanism for fluid dynamics to resolve pressure and velocity in efficient and stable manners. Standing waves are preferred because they represent a system's most stable resonant state where energy is stored and localized within specific boundaries. Here we have an article: standing waves mediated molecular reorientation and spontaneous formation of tunable concentric defect arrays in liquid crystal cells. A article. I'm giving you a wide variety of sources so you can understand standing waves. Then we're looking at the atmosphere so we can see energy distribution in real time, right? In real time. Now we go back to the TLA. Arise, Osiris, winter Nefer, son of Nu, right? I hope y'all see what's happening. Osiris, the beautiful one of gold, great God, great spirit, elder oniferous, right? I want y'all to see these things existing in real time. I want y'all to see these things existing in real time. Then I want you to pull out your Bible. Yes, I told you we are not going to neglect the Bible. The whirlwind, the vortex is mentioned all throughout the biblical text. If you don't know science, science could be sitting on your nose and you won't see it. We also have standing waves mentioned in the Bible. A seach is a standing wave that happens, a very specific type of standing wave. Seaches are in Job 38:11, Psalms 89:9, Psalms 107:29, Mark 4:39, Matthew 8:26. So again, I'm laying out the modern science, I'm giving you the Kemetic version, and now I'm giving you the biblical version, everything sourced. Scientific journals, PhD professors, Kemetic texts, biblical verses. We left nothing out. Now we're going to go to bacteria. I want you to see the bacteria. I spit and you swallow. I'm here. I want you to see the bacteria.
Don't want to see a dead body.
Even so, this is the wisdom, the foundation of wisdom. It came from Kemet. They recognize that. So in fact, it was not stolen legacy. No, they stole in antiquity. They recognize.
Time.
One of them too. One of them spent five years in Kemet studying.
Time.
They call the father of atomist theory. Atomist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted them to see. Theophile Obenga said the father of atomic theory studied 5 years to get that in Kemet.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. EnQi. Thank you, Minister EnQi. Now, Brother Jabari, you can come in, of course, do your 5-minute rebuttal and start your first round, which will be 30 minutes. Do you need me to, or what would you like me to come in and give you a warning before the end of your 30 minutes?
If you give me a 5-minute warning, that'd probably be good. But give me one moment.
Sure. I do want to say on the 5-minute rebuttal, you don't need, well, At the 5 minutes, I'll tell you rebuttal's time up, and then you can start your 30.
Right.
Got you. Okay.
Paul, remove that person. Put that person in the back.
Yes, sir.
Give me a second here. This is for my rebuttal. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Give me 1 second.
Yes. So when you start speaking is when your 5 minutes will start, and then I will let you know it ends at the 5. You go into your 30 right after you end, and then I will come in at 25 minutes for you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's begin. I want to say that I'm a little surprised that EnQi is not trying to debate. He's not trying to debate at all. I mean, he is far from the topic. But I just want to say something that's going to take just a few seconds, and then I'm going to be on the topic. He made it seem like we're talking about whether the Neteru are actual literal historical entities. And I want you to be really clear. That is the debate I'm supposed to have with Tahuti. Maybe he got punch drunk. Maybe he got confused. I don't know why he's doing this. But I want you to know he is translating Wen Nefer as if it means to exist. That's only one of the glyphs. The Wen is the rabbit with the 2 waves of energy here. He didn't say Nefer. Most scholars translate Wen Nefer, as you're seeing on the screen, as the one who continues to be perfect. So he gave you just one of the glyphs. You can see the Nefer here as this stringed instrument, and this is the determinative that shows you they're talking about a deity. He is giving you one of the glyphs and telling you that that is the meaning. He's not in the topic, and he's not even doing what he's supposed to be doing. What he thinks he's doing, he's not doing well. I told you that EnQi was going to pretend that this debate is not about Jesus of the Bible. I told you this. Listen to him speak again.
The smartest people on earth know how to spot a good deal. That's why they shop at Ollie's First. You'll save up to 70% off the fancy store's price.
Video. Come on.
All right, I got to ask this question, Dr. EnQi. This is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
Is that what he's talking about? Did you hear him talk about the Christ of the Bible? He's talking about whirlwinds and atoms, and to be really honest, some of his presentation was interesting to me, not in this debate. It was not on topic at all. At all. And even those of you who are rocking for him need to admit that his brother is completely off the topic. Here, let me show you why you heard him say that we're talking about the Christ of the Bible. Well, he didn't mention Matthew 16, 15 to 16, that says, he saith unto them, but whom say ye that I am? And Simon Peter answered and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. This is where most English speakers get the concept of calling Jesus the Christ. That's who we're talking about. You heard him say that's who we're talking about. What is he doing? Is he trying to say that the Kemetic people had advanced science before Europeans did? Check. Wonderful debate. Wonderful discussion, EnQi, for someone else. For someone else. That's not what we're talking about. He spent a half hour doing that. I really want you to understand that I'm going to show you exactly what EnQi said he was going to do and didn't do. I'm going to show you the paucity of historical sources. I'm going to show you how the arguments around a literal historical Jesus are fallacious. I'm going to show you why this is a challenge. You know, just a little bit earlier when I came on, folks asked me, you know, are you going to go into your deep reservoir of understanding on the historicity of Jesus? And I said, I'm not sure if I need to, because EnQi is not going to be talking about that. He's going to mistranslate the meta-netter. He's going to talk about chakras and auras. He's going to talk about the neteru. He's not talking about Christ. And you saw him, maybe he has amnesia. You saw him say that we're talking about the Christ of the Bible. Is that what you just saw? Even those of you who are rocking for him, is that what you just saw? Be honest for a second here. I expect you to be people of your words. He is not on topic. By the way, he even went into, is the Christ the Word? That's not, why is he in that in this section? We can deal with that, but he's not dealing with the historicity of Christ. This is a problem. And I want us to recognize that we're going to do better. Okay.
Your rebuttal time is up, and now your 30 minutes begins. I'll come in at 25 and let you know you have 5 minutes left. Your time starts when you start speaking. And while you get that set up, I just want to let everybody know we're waiting for EnQi to come back in. I don't know if he has some tech stuff going on. Oh, he's here now. Perfect.
He's there. Yeah.
All right. Great.
And I think that we can go. Give me one moment. Let me just make sure that we're set.
Okay, great.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's go. You ready?
Your time starts when you start.
Okay, let's begin. So, what fallacious arguments are you going to hear today? Fallaciousness abound. I thought that EnQi was going to try to deal with the topic. This is not the topic. Remember, even if you think he was talking about vaguely how Kemet is the origin of things that we see in the Western world, how is he showing us how we see a literal historical Christ? He's not even trying to do that. Does he want to say that the Kemetic people and ancient Africans by extension are actually had advanced sciences and they gave those to the Western world? Wonderful, EnQi. We could actually collaborate on that topic. But that's not what the topic is today. That's not what the topic is today. So for those of you who are trying to grade on a curve, and I know that some of his people are in here, I recognize your names. I want you to be honest. He is not on topic, and he spent a half hour, more than a half hour, not being on topic. So what are the arguments that you're going to hear today that are problematic? I can't even say that I'm even addressing this to EnQi because he's not making arguments. He's not. I'm addressing this to the folks at home who may think this. Let's do that. When someone's not doing their work, I go into teaching mode. And EnQi is not doing his work. I want you to be really clear that what we are seeing is really problematic. Maybe EnQi thinks that he can get away with showing us things that don't fit, that he can confuse us about what we're meant to.
You can read here.
Actually, think
it says the meaning promise was in Old English. Was in Old English.
Doing something that he's not. This is not a 3-card Monty game. It's not. You can't say you're going to talk about the biblical Christ and then talk about atoms. You can't say you're going to talk about the biblical Christ and then talk about how quantum theory comes from Kemet. This is not the topic. It's an interesting discussion for another day. And if you want to get in on that debate, maybe you should tag team with Tehuti and I'll beat the brakes off of both of y'all together. Maybe that's what he's looking for. So what do we usually hear? We hear that we should believe that Jesus the Christ is historical because the consensus of scholars agree. And I want to say to you that most simply believe. They ignore major historical problems, or at least they never mention them to their parishioners. They're completely unfamiliar with more ancient sources. And I'm going to be honest with you, many of them are afraid to lose work or standing in institutions so that they say very little. I have seen this in institutions that I have been part of myself. Take a look at this. This is by a conference by biblical scholar Dr. Brian Russell. It's a Deeper in Prayer conference. Sometimes when you're listening to biblical scholars on the historicity of Jesus, what you are hearing is their faith. And that's the challenge that we have. We're not talking about faith. We're talking about whether we can prove there was a literal historical character named Christ. By the way, even if he tried to bring in the word Christ, did he try to explain that it was a literal historical character? You must say no. That is not what he's doing. Just because he might have said the word Christ once or twice in 30 minutes, that's enough for you? This is actually an affront to this platform. That's what this is. It's an affront to the platform. So take a look at Dr. N.T. Wright, Nicholas Thomas Wright. He is one of the most important biblical scholars, and his work spans more than 5 decades. He was the Bishop of Durham. By the way, most people don't realize that he was actually a bishop, a person that was focused on evangelical work within the Christian tradition. He's a research professor in the New Testament and early Christianity in St. Mary's College. He retired in 2019. He was a senior research fellow at Wycliffe Hall in Oxford University. He's authored over 70 books. He is a very important biblical scholar. But what does he say? I want you to see in his book, Jesus and the Victory of God from 1996, he says, I have taken it for granted that Jesus of Nazareth existed. Let me say that again. I have taken it for granted that Jesus of Nazareth existed. Some writers feel a need to justify this assumption at length against people who try from time to time to deny it. It would be easier, frankly, to believe that Tiberius Caesar, Jesus' contemporary, was a figment of the imagination than to believe that there was never such a person as Jesus. He is a major biblical scholar, and he's not even dealing with historicity. He's not even attempting to make the argument. He takes it for granted. That is what we're dealing with. When you're dealing with people who have done this, that's what they do. And here I am, I'm going to cite someone who I had a spirited debate with, a biblical scholar, someone far above the weight class of EnQi, who left with his tail between his legs. Listen to his quote from his book on the historicity of Jesus, Why We Might Have Reason for Doubt. He says, hence the point of this book is not to end the debate, but to demonstrate that scholars need to take this hypothesis more seriously before dismissing it out of hand, and that they need much better arguments against it than they're heretofore deployed. A better refutation is needed, a better theory of historicity, which actually credibly explains all the oddities in the evidence. We have to debate this. We have to discuss this. Is telling us that the Kemetic people were the origin of much that we see in the modern world and even in Christianity addressing this? No. Those are arguments that I've made much more effectively, by the way, myself on Sonetter's channel. He's not debating the topic. Let's continue. I want you to know that many Christians, particularly those who are in the Catholic tradition, they actually recite this regularly. It comes from the Nicene Creed, and there's a modern version of it. What do they say? I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and all things visible and invisible. I believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, born of the Father of all ages, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, consubstantial with the Father. Through him all things were made. For us men and for our salvation, he came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. He suffered death and was buried and rose again on the third day in accordance with the scriptures. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father. He will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. If this was an argument that was without question, why do churches have to make people pledge it? If it is obvious, why do people have to take this like an oath that they believe in one Lord Jesus Christ that came down as a man? You should know that this same creed that is spoken in churches every Sunday and many other days of the week is one that comes directly from the Council of Nicaea, led by Constantine. Christians for nearly 2,000 years have been saying they must believe in a literal Jesus. Why are they taking an oath if it is so obvious? Because it is not obvious. And they want people to believe that if you have any questions, it's a crisis in faith, Satan has gotten your mind. You are not supposed to actually apply rigorous analysis to this question. I am arguing that in order to be someone who understands what occurred, who understands how spiritual traditions have been weaponized against us, you must question. This is stuff by Europeans. Why are we still doing it? That's the problem here. By the way, let's go further. One of the other things that you'll see scholars do is they'll use sources. EnQi decided that he was going to bring sources. By the way, he really did not. I'm not sure if he understands what a source is, but they weren't sources that are material to the debate. If I say I'm going to bring a source and I bring you a parking ticket from 145th Street in Harlem and say, this is the source. See, I got a ticket. EnQi can't say I don't have sources. Okay, it's a source, but it's not a source that is material to our discussion. Showing us a mistranslation for one of the epithets of Asar is not a proper use of a source in a debate. Maybe it's a source in another debate, but not this one. Maybe you were supposed to have this debate next Tuesday and you got the dates confused. The other thing that they'll do, and this is something that we see very often in the African American community, we say sometimes that everything regrettable in Christianity is Roman Catholic, and that is not a genuine article. It's one of those things that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, particularly because I want you to understand that, well, let me say this. I want you to understand that were it not for Roman Catholicism, Christianity would probably not exist anymore. It was a small tradition led by itinerant preachers. It isn't until the Roman Church decides to utilize the tradition in order to empower themselves that it becomes a major tradition. State religion. This is the Theodosian Code. you must understand that the Roman Emperor Theodosius is the one that said that everyone must practice Christianity. By the way, this was in 370, around 379 CE. This is when this becomes a larger tradition. This is when this becomes a larger tradition. And I say to you, we could talk more about the source book that leads us to understand how this occurred, if you like. We'll do that at a later debate, particularly because I don't think that EnQi is even dealing with the arguments here. Okay. By the way, I always include this picture, not so you can laugh at my elementary school pictures, but I want you to know I am not immediately and automatically biased against Christianity. I was raised a Christian. Do you see me in this picture? By the way, look at that white Jesus standing right above my head. Do you see the plaque that I got for showing exemplary Christian spirit? This is the church I was raised in. And look at all these kids. These are black kids. I want you to be really clear. I'm not automatically jaundiced against Christianity. This was a tradition that meant a lot to me. What happened is I continued to read history, and what I began to recognize was unavoidable. That's the problem. That's the problem. And so I want you to be, there I am right there. You're supposed to say, "Aw." Yeah, this is when Jabari still had hair. I had hair as a child, y'all. I know y'all thought I was bald even as a child. I had hair. I'm telling you that Christianity was something dear to me. It is through an evaluation of the sources and the evidence that I came to the point to recognize that this tradition was stolen from the Kemetic tradition. And that Jesus is, in fact, a retelling of older stories. And Jesus is Jesus Christ of the Bible. You know, the one that EnQi said he's going to be debating? We're still waiting for him to do that. Maybe he thought the debate is supposed to start at 8 instead of 6. But I'm going to say to you that Jesus is the one that I began to doubt when I read history. So I want you to be clear. In our lead up to this discussion, I asked EnQi if he was going to use contemporaneous sources. He said yes. Please don't make me pull the video. You all heard him say it. EnQi does not know the word contemporaneous. He then went on to say, I'm going to use modern sources, not ones that are out of date. And I realized that he thought that the word contemporaneous actually is the word contemporary. That is not the same thing. And the only person that would say that is someone who is not prepared for this discussion. Contemporaneous, in fact, let me show you this. Let me stop not stopping my share. Let me reshare for a quick second. I want to show you the definition of contemporaneous, because you may remember that you should know that he actually said that he was going to use contemporaneous sources. Where are his contemporaneous sources, family? Where are his contemporaneous sources? He showed us sources for things that we're not discussing. That's what he's doing. And I want you to know, I don't care whether you got a parking ticket or not, EnQi. That's not what this is about. I want you, here we go, to actually discuss the issue. Oh, this is actually the wrong one.
All right, I gotta ask.
Hold on one second. Let me just show it to you this way. Because I want you to see what the term contemporaneous means. Here we go. Okay, this comes to us from the Merriam-Webster online dictionary. It says contemporaneous. It's an adjective. It says existing, occurring, or originating during the same time. Not contemporary, contemporaneous. I asked EnQi if he was going to show us contemporaneous sources, and he said yes. That's not what he is doing. He hasn't shown us one. He showed us some interesting things from Kemet, but not the stuff that he's supposed to do. Not the stuff he's supposed to actually. He's not even begun to reach the lowest bar in this debate. So these are reasons why we must acknowledge Jesus is mythological. By the way, I want you to look at the image here. This is the Christus Apollo. This is one of the early images, as you can see, Jesus being conflated with other deities. And look, Jesus is depicted as what? The sun in the middle of the zodiac. This is earlier than the stuff that, obviously, it's earlier than most of the stuff well, listen, it's earlier than any of the sources that EnQi would show you if he was using appropriate sources, but he's not. Do you see the zodiac around here? By the way, if you're not sure if this is him, look at these images of these folks around him. Are we not clear that we're not dealing with also the Gospels here? Here we see Jesus as a mythological character. Now, some scholars will attempt to pass quotes from Josephus, Tacitus, Paul, Pliny the Younger, and even Talmud writings as relevant. And I want you to understand that much of the Christ narrative is found in earlier sources, primarily in Kemet. That's where you'll see them. Now, EnQi's going to say, see, he said those sources were in Kemet. EnQi already told you he's debating the Bible, the Christ of the Bible. Do I have to play him saying it again? Does EnQi not realize that he's actually contradicting himself? By the way, he seems to believe that you can use a person as a source. That means that you are impeaching yourself, or at least the words that you spoke on Sonnetter the other day are impeaching you, because you are not even beginning to do this. And I hope that's black tea, because you're going to need it. I want you to understand that there are no pertinent artifacts relating to the historicity of Jesus. Although there are many forgeries. Early Christians were rampant forgers, defilers, and desecrators. And we should know that adherents are told that doubts are a crisis of faith or the work of Satan. Here's one of the questions. Isn't Jesus in the Talmud? Some of you have heard this, right? Well, Jesus is in the Talmudic sources. I want you to be clear that there are at least two Jesus in the Talmud. There's Ben Stata, Ben Pandira, and there's Yeshua or Yeshu. And you look at this, Ben Stata is listed as bringing witchcraft with him from Kemet. He etched spells on his skin. His father was Papos ben Yehuda. His mother was Miriam, the hairdresser. He lived around 100 CE, and he might have been executed on the eve of Passover. This is what the Talmud says. Is that the Jesus that many of our families are worshiping? By the way, he lived around 100 CE. Don't most Christians say that he actually died in around 30 or 33 CE? Are you saying that this is 70 years after? How about Papos ben Yehuda? That's his father? When you hear that people say that Jesus is in the Talmud, they're not expecting you to read the Talmud. How about Yeshua or Yeshu? He lived around 93 BCE. He traveled to Kemet. He practiced magic and was excommunicated. And he actually feels quite bad that he was not forgiven. He might have been executed on the eve of Passover, and he had 5 disciples. This is what we see. I want you to understand that even if you were going to try to use these sources, remember that tricky word contemporaneous? I want you to be clear. The 2 sections in the Talmud date from 200 and 500 CE. They are not contemporaneous. And they don't even seem to be the Jesus that your grandmother taught you about. So when you hear that the Jewish text mentioned Jesus, this is what they're referring to. Is that the Jesus that pastor is telling you about on Sunday? I would say no. These sources are not good. How about Tacitus? You're going to hear people mention that Tacitus mentioned Jesus. I want you to understand that this quote is from about 118 CE, first off, right off the bat. It is nearly 100 years after Jesus's supposed life, if he was a historical character. It is not contemporaneous. And what does he say? He says, Nero fastened the guilt on a class hatred for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Christus, by the way, look at how he says this person's name. Christus. Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of, there's a lacuna here, a piece of the text that is not quite clear, Pontius Pilate, and a most mischievous superstition, thus checked for a moment, again broke out only in Judea, the first source of evil, but even in Rome. I want you to understand that when people tell you that Tacitus mentions Jesus, that he's a source for Jesus, Tacitus, if you read his words, is a source for the idea that in 118 CE that Christians existed. No one is disputing that. No one is disputing whether Christians exist or existed. The discussion is about the historicity of Jesus. This quote, which is not contemporaneous, also does not actually talk about an actual historical Jesus. He says this is what the Christians are telling us, and that they've caused lots of issues, not only in Judea but in Rome. This is not an extra biblical source that can be utilized. By the way, I'm not the only one that argues that. You should see that Michael Martin in his book, because I've been told when I had a debate on Sonetter's channel with another biblical scholar, he cited Tacitus. And when I told him my understanding of the Tacitus quote, he said, you're the only one that says that. You should read Michael Martin's The Case Against Christianity. He actually is saying very clearly exactly what I'm saying. I hadn't read this at the time I made that argument, but it was interesting to see that other people were making the same argument. He says on page 51, still, the evidence suggests that Tacitus did not obtain the information from early Roman records. He refers to Pilate by the wrong title, for Pilate was a prefect, not a procurator. The term procurator was current in his lifetime, not in Pilate's. Furthermore, he refers to the executed man as Christus, which is derived from the Greek word Christos and means the anointed one or Messiah, not as Jesus. It is unlikely that Tacitus would have found a reference to the Messiah in Roman archives. I want you to see that he's making the same argument that I am. How about Pliny? We'll do one or two more with the time.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
Wonderful, thank you. Pliny says they were in the habit of, you'll also hear that Pliny is one of the individuals that mentions this, right? Pliny the Younger. And this is his quote from 112 CE. Once again, not contemporaneous. There are no contemporaneous sources for Jesus. None. Zero. Let's listen to what Pliny says. He says, they were in the habit of meeting on a certain fixed day before it was light, when they sang in alternative verses a hymn to Christ as to a God, and bound themselves to a solemn oath, not to any wicked deeds, but never to commit any fraud, theft, or adultery, never to falsify their word, nor deny a trust when they should be called upon to deliver it up. After which it was their custom to separate and then reassemble to partake of food, but food of an ordinary and innocent kind. Once again, this is from 112 CE, not contemporary, and it's only confirming that Christians actually existed, not a good way for us to understand whether the actual deity, Christ, Jesus Christ, existed. That's where we're going here. I asked EnQi if he would show us contemporaneous sources. EnQi don't know what the term means. But really, in order to prevail in this debate, that's the standard that you should be using. He's not doing that. He's talking to you about atoms and the Kemetic origin of atoms. Is that what this debate is about? I would have to say that even those of you who rock with him, his men, his peoples, y'all got to know that he is doing the 3-card Monty. I know he's from the South Bronx. Maybe that's where he picked it up. I see the 3-card Monty many times. But this is a scholarly debate, EnQi. It's not 3-card Monty. You can't say you're going to do something and then flip the script and think people aren't going to question why you flipped the script, why you're not meeting the standard for the debate, why you're not on topic, why you haven't had the decent respect for their time and prepared for this. He's bringing you stuff from his he's bringing you stuff from his lectures. That's what he's doing. But that's not material to this discussion. It's not material to this discussion. So I have no idea why he thinks that what he's doing is proving there's a literal historical Jesus, a literal historical Christ. Is he arguing that much of this comes from Kemet? I've made that argument much more effectively on these very airwaves. That's not what we're debating. If that's what he wanted to debate, we could have just chopped it up and went and had a drink. That's not what this debate is about. This debate is about the historicity of Jesus Christ. Or, since he wants to flim-flam, Christ of the Bible. He has to prove to you, family, that the Christ of the Bible is a literal historical person. That's what he's not doing. He's not doing that. And then some of you who just rock with him are trying to say, oh, he's on topic. What? What does Sadetta say? You must be working with slow gases. What is this? That's not the topic. I really do hope that he's going to come back in the next round and attempt to actually address the issue. Here's the flyer. Since he's going to say, he called me a liar earlier, by the way. How am I a liar? This is the topic. Is Christ a literal and historical character? And is Christ the Word? Even if he's arguing the idea of Christ comes from Kemet, even if he's arguing that, he still has to meet the major task in this discussion. Let me see where you're proving that they were literal and historical character. And you said the biblical Christ. We're not talking about the Kemetic deities here. What are you thinking? I want you to be really clear that I spend a lot of time preparing for these debates. And I really would appreciate if my opponents would do the same. When they don't, it is really, really frustrating.
Quick recall alert if you've ever used a Freestyle Libre 3 sensor.
And I really want you to understand that if he intends to win this, he's going to have to prove historicity of Christ. Even if he's going to try to flim-flam you, he's got to prove the historicity of Christ. How much time do I have left, Napa?
You're actually right at 30. Your time is up.
Okay, wonderful. I'm good. All right, folks.
All right. Thank you so much. That was an awesome round. We have our first round behind us. And
hey, hold on, Paul, before you get started with the second, with Dr. EnQi, before you give EnQi his 5-minute rebuttal, I want to say that no debaters should be in the chat, chatting while the other debater is talking. That goes for Jabari, and that goes for you, Dr. EnQi. This is a professional debate now, and so I don't want no debaters in the chat swaying nothing. And that goes for both of y'all brothers. Even though Jabari have never done that.
Yeah, I said something earlier to Reggie. I saw Reggie in there and I mentioned something to him.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't swaying the debate. Well, anyway, just I don't want none of you guys doing that because we're gonna keep it professional.
Okay.
You know, we're gonna let the people judge this debate. And so, Dr. EnQi,
hold up.
pass it back to you.
Okay, I just want to check though. Has that ever been a rule before, or you just invented that?
No, that's been a rule before. I just forgot to state it at the beginning.
Okay, I never heard
I see
that
you in the chat going crazy and doing all crazy stuff, brother. I ain't want to.
I never heard that was against the rules. I never heard that was against the rules.
Yeah, I didn't
will
want to interrupt
refrain
Jabari,
going
so
forward,
I waited
though.
until he finished, brother.
I got you.
But
I will refrain going forward.
EnQi, we were both in the chat. We'll stay out. I mean,
Yeah, it's cool.
Both of y'all stay out, or both of y'all will get penalized. So both of y'all stay out.
Okay.
Sonnetter the Gustav.
Sonetter's getting wild in 2025. He didn't
I want to give the people
for the live
that's
stream.
because look,
Now he's trying to dock people minutes and everything.
I want to give the people a good debate because they paid.
I
And so we
appreciate
got to
listen, I'm
treat them
ready.
right. We
I
got
appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Okay.
All right, so Nepal, I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you so much. And now we are going into our second round, family. This is an excellent debate. I want to let Minister EnQi know you have your 5-minute rebuttal. It's up to you. I can come in at 4 minutes and let you know, or you can go to your 5. I'll tell you your 5 is done. You start right into your 30 minutes. I'll come in at 25 minutes and let you know you have 5 minutes left. Is that going to work for you, sir?
What I would like to do, is just run it all the way through and just let me know at the end of the, I'm gonna run the whole 35 straight through.
So basically, I will stop you at 30 and let you know you have 5 minutes.
And let me know I got 5 minutes left. Boom.
Your time starts when you start.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. First things first. Jabari said that this was a mistranslation. Jabari said the TLA is incorrect, which is crazy because right after that, right after Jabari says this translation is a mistranslation from the TLA, here's Jabari's slide where after he says the TLA is incorrect, he then pulls up the TLA as a reference for his own material. This is crazy. Now, we also have to go to the flyer real quick, and we have to be honest with ourselves. Jabari is a great orator. Jabari is an amazing speaker. Jabari is well-educated, well-read, but Jabari did not prepare for this debate. Jabari is using the slides that you've been watching him use for the past 5 years. He ain't prepared no material for this. That's the reason why you look on this flyer, you do not see Bible. You don't see biblical. You don't see Jesus. Jabari is trying to make this a debate that he could use his old slides on. He didn't prepare no material. He didn't even study me. I told him multiple times leading into this debate, bro, I'm not a Christian like you think. I'm not a Christian like you think. Stop putting me in the Christian bucket. I even told y'all on the live streams multiple times, we're not going to be debating Jesus. That is not on the flyer. Stop letting Jabari mislead y'all. He was lazy and unprepared. Now, let's keep cooking. 1 Timothy chapter 6, 14 to 15. That thou keep this commandment without spot, unrebukable until the appearing of our Lord Jesus Christ, which is his time he shall shew Who is the blessed and only potentate, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords? You see, Jabari asked for this. Jabari asked for this, and I don't know why, because Jabari says this is an echo from Kemet. All I'm doing is showing you the original, because remember, Christ is a title. Christ is one who's anointed. I'm showing you where the anointing process came from. And Jabari is trying to pretend like that's not on topic because Jabari did not prepare for this debate. Jabari, what are you going to do with this?
Pages, because we knew there would come a time when we would forget our way and we would need an exact road back. When you visit the pyramid of Unas, it said of the king Unas, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased." And that's in the pyramid text, which is the oldest corpus of spiritual writing in the world. Later, that same term, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased," was plagiarized by the compilers of the Bible and put in the mouth of God when Jesus was being baptized by John the Baptist, that this voice came from heaven and said, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased, hear ye him." Well, those words were uttered thousands of years before. So how do they appear in the King James Version? Plagiarism.
Well, that's what we're discussing here, Jabari. The original text. The original text, Jabari, you said contemporaneous sources. I'm talking about the contemporaneous sources of the original text.
He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus.
So right there, we have Jabari acknowledging that he knew in advance what was going to happen in this debate. In fact, he said at least 5 times already, "I knew EnQi was going to come in here to try to prove that there was another Christ character outside of Jesus." So if that's the case, Jabari, why didn't you prepare for that material? Why didn't you bring in the original sources on where the anointing process came from before it was in the Hebrew tradition, before it got translated into the Greek? Why didn't you do the original scholarship, Jabari?
We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
Now, how is Jabari going to debate with Baba Heru and Brother Jabari? Wait a minute. Jabari got a debate with Baba Heru and Brother Jabari? Because Brother Jabari has already identified Heru and Wenenefer. I want y'all to make sure y'all get this. Jabari is identifying Wenenefer as the original. The story of the Kemetic priest with no Kemetic belief. How can you be a Kemetic priest that is an atheist? How can you be an atheist?
Heru are not literal. That is what I'm saying. They're not literal and actual, 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 and actual.
See, this is the problem. Y'all want to act like y'all don't understand what's happening up here. See, we have to establish the original Christ according to not the biblical standard alone, the scholarly standard of Jabari. See, this is how you beat somebody. And when I say beat them, you take the body bag and put the body bag into a body bag. I'm not coming with my standards. I'm using Jabari's standard of proof to show Jabari that he didn't know what he was talking about. Now, again, we go into Hatshepsut, and we're going right here where we can see what? All this really happened in the Kemetic text. What else do we see here? Again, Wenin Osiris, which he claims is a mistranslation. Wenin, meaning to exist or to become. So again, when he goes to the Kemetic text, or when he's doing his Kemetic lessons, or when he's on Sinetta's class, he's telling y'all that the Neteru are not actual, meaning that they do not exist. That does not come from the Kemetic text. That comes from somewhere else. And it's important because we are establishing that Osiris and Heru are the originals when it comes to the anointing process that later on becomes the Christ in the biblical narrative. We're also going to show you the historicity. But it's important for you to get these sources. Trust me. Have your notebook out. Get your popcorn. Let's get some opinions from the family at home. I don't have to go into the chat, sir.
Is the natural real? Yes, but in figurative dimensions as well as in physicality, in physicality, in physicality, in physicality.
Plutarch, who said Osiris was real, and he was from the South. From all the evidence that they talk about Osiris, that he might have been the one who really existed.
This is important. Y'all going to see in a second. I just want to make sure that I keep providing y'all with sources. So as Jabari tries to confuse y'all and say that I didn't come with the sources, I want y'all to be able to put Jabari in his place. Not me. I want y'all to be able to do that. An offering which the king gives Osiris, Kentimenti, and Abydos of a Thinite gnome, Horus, who judges the terror of the two lands, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Osiris, Wenenefer, Horus, Wehemesu, Wepwawet, lord of the sacred land. Listen, Osiris, Wenenefer, means to exist. Now, what is the definition of an atheist? A person who disbelieves the existence of God or gods. So again, this is not an ad hominem. This is not a lie. This is not a sideways conversation. This is not off topic. Jabari is an atheist. He does not believe in the existence of the Neteru. This is very important because an atheist has a very specific perspective. So is Christ a literal and historical character? Now we have to break this down systematically. Christ, the title, also treated as a name given to Jesus. So Christ and Jesus are separate. Christ is a title. Jesus is a person. Christ is the subject of the debate. Do not let Jabari fool you. What else does it say? An oath used to express irritation, dismay, or surprise. Christ, etymology, the anointed, synonymous with and translating to Greek, Hebrew, Mashiach, a title given to Jesus of Nazareth. A title from the Latin Christus, from Greek Christos, the anointed. So again, when I go back to the original blueprint, do not let this man dissuade you. Literal. According to Jabari, the original text on Christ, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, is in Kemet. I done played that for you at least 5 times already. Literal means taking words in their usual or most basic sense without metaphor or allegory. It also means representing the exact words of the original text. This is why I'm showing you the Kemetic text. It also means without a misprint of a letter. Very important for us to understand the definition of what we're doing here. Literal means in the writings. It does not mean in real life. The word literal refers to the actual writing. I want y'all to understand that. We're talking about writing, not people. According to the actual context of the debate. See, we're going to go word for word here. Taking words in their natural meaning of or belonging to letters or writing has nothing to do with whether a man walked on water or not. Historical, of or concerning history, concerning past events, belonging to the past, not the present, especially of a novel or a movie set in the past. So historical doesn't even have to be quote unquote a real person that walked around. I want y'all to understand the word games Jabari's playing. I came here to debate the debate topic. Jabari want to do something different. Historical, of or pertaining to history. See, we're doing definitions and etymology. Something Jabari can't do because he's scared to actually show his hand. Character. Oh! Character. Oh my goodness. Jabari said we're debating, is Jesus a real person? That is not on the flyer, people. Y'all did not buy tickets to see is Jesus a real person. Character. Character is the mental or moral qualities distinctive to an individual. A person in a novel, play, or movie. Character. Character? Mister, I got 1,000 degrees from 1,000 colleges. You ain't know the definition of character? Bugs Bunny is a real character. You had the nerve to pull up Obama in a comic book. I said, Jabari don't even know. Jabari don't know the origin of the word character. Look at the bottom where it says archaic. It says to inscribe or engrave. Wait a minute. Do we have inscribed or engraved words? Yes, the hieroglyphs, the very ones that I've been showing you all night, the ones I started showing you in the first round that he's trying to misdirect you from. Because what Jabari doesn't know is that character is a biblical word. The word character comes from the Bible. So anything referencing the character, we got to go back to the original, which is the Greek. Character refers to an express image or exact imprint and is a crucial term used in Hebrews chapter 1, verse 3 to describe Jesus as the perfect representation of God. Jabari, you in trouble, bro. If you keep pulling out them old retired slides, the people might get cranky. I'm just saying. Is Christ a literal or historical image? Biblical narrative here, Jabari, just in case you say, oh, but he didn't go to the Bible. Hebrews chapter 1, verse 3. Who being the brightness of his glory, another reference of light, and the express image of his person. The word there used in the actual text of the New Testament is character. Jabari, it's a long night for you. Character, etymology, symbol marked or branded on the body, symbol or drawing used in sorcery, an alphabetic letter, just like the glyphs I've been showing you, buddy. I've been showing characters. You have been playing a Jesus story. I stick to the topic of the debate. The debate is about characters. You know, like the hieroglyphs, the engravings, the engraved images. It's all right, Jabari. You're going to get this. Image, piece of statuary, artificial representation that looks like a person or thing. Image, did you see that, Jabari? Artificial representation. Jabari, did you see that? Okay, I know. A representation of the external form of a person or thing in art. In art, not a person walking around or on water. The general impression that a person, organization, or product represents to the public. Make a representation of the external form of. See, Jabari, you can fool some of the people some of the time. Is Jesus a literal historical character by definition? Too easy. We aren't debating Jesus, though. We are debating Christ. We have also established that Christ is a title of literal and historical figures by definition. No matter what is said after this moment, you have to remember that Jabari lost this debate by definition and on the specific topic. The Kemetic priest with no Kemetic belief has brung us here to bury the truth. To be very transparent, I'm saying that Christ, the anointed one, literally and historically existed in the Bible and Kemet. And here we go with the TLA. What you're going to see is the letters QRS.T. This is the original word that refers to the burial process, which includes the anointing. which includes the anointing. Now, if this is your first time seeing this word is from the original text, EnQi. I'm sure Jabari's familiar with this word because he's a Kemetic priest. And this is the TLA. We also have Kemetic scholars and Kemetic Medu Neter specialists in the chat, which can verify this. Is Jabari Osaze an initiate of the Great White Brotherhood? I'm just saying. He doesn't believe the Neteru are real. Burial, death, purification, baptism, organ removal, 40-day natron dehydration, wrapping, and anointing with oils, opening of the mouth ceremony, funeral procession, burial in the tomb, offerings placed, recitation of spells, weighing of the heart, judgment by Osiris, resurrection, eternal life in the field of reeds. These all culminate in the overall heart ritual. This is an early church father, Jabari. You know exactly who this guy is. You know who Ambrose is, Jabari. Ambrose describes Jesus Christ as the good Scarabaeus. Do y'all know who the good scarab is? Kepra, one who I featured very prominently in my first debate a couple weeks back with EnQi. Yes, the early church fathers called Christ the scarab. Oh, are these the contemporary, what's how you say that word? Is this what you were saying, Jabari? You know, the early church fathers, the ones that say Christ was Kepra? I'm just saying, I'm just asking you now, Jabari. Because remember, we're dealing with the King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
But Carl Jung, yes, that Carl Jung, the Carl Jung that is the psychiatrist and scholar on the human mind. Listen to what he says about this. The Osiris cult offers an excellent example of this. At first, only Pharaoh participated in the transformation of the god, since he alone had an Osiris, but later the nobles of the empire acquired an Osiris too. And finally, this development culminated in the Christian idea that everyone has an immortal soul and shares directly in the Godhead.
So I have Jabari breaking down that Osiris is the original blueprint. Now let's take a look. Let's take a look at the spirit, right? Let's take a look at the spirit descending down on the first Christ, right? Christ, but originally, right? We don't have the vowels or the vowel proper placings in the Medu Neter, right? So we have to just go with the consonants, QRST, do what you want with that, right? So we have the spirit descending down on the first ever mummy, who is Nefer, the one who exists, right? We have the definition here for you. Just, I know our purists, we need this. We need this. We need a variety of sources, right? Source of sources, right? A source of sources, right? Do you see it, Jabari? Jabari, do you see it? Do you see it, Jabari? Do you see this? Do you see it? Come on, Jabari.
This is my position now that you could disagree with. My position is that the story of Jesus is an echo of traditions, as St. Augustine has told you, that have actually gone back thousands of years before Christianity.
Well, that could be a fair interpretation.
Do you see it, Jabari? Or are you going to keep lying to these people? I'm proving to you a literal and historical Christ. Maybe not the one you wanted, because you came with them old rusty slides. Maybe not the one you wanted.
Right. And they are examining all your organs in your body.
Now, hold up. Infudisi and Sanetta are going to break it down.
Right. And they are examining all your organs in your body.
Now, when you break this down right here,
Mm-hmm.
what does this story remind you of? Like, for someone who plagiarized it and copied our story, when you look at it.
Well, it sounds like the Christian doctrine.
That's right.
The Christian doctrine comes directly out of this.
Thanks.
Again, King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Ages, because we knew there would come a time when we would forget our way and we would need an exact road back. When you visit the pyramid of Unas, it said of the king Unas, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased." And that's in the pyramid text, which is the oldest corpus of spiritual writing in the world. Later, that same term, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased," was plagiarized by the compilers of the Bible and put in the mouth of God when Jesus was being baptized by John the Baptist.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do y'all see? Wait a minute. Okay, so let me put it together for y'all. Y'all might be a little slow in the back. When a Nefer means to exist. When a Nefer is the original mummy, the original Christ, the original buried one, the original Lord of burial. The original Lord, the king, the Lord of the West, Lord of the underworld. Do y'all see it? Do y'all see it? Do y'all see it?
He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named named Christ that's not Jesus. We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
When Nefer is Osiris, if y'all don't know that. Who want to say that that means beautiful existence or the perfect existence? I would not argue against you, but that's a divine name. And so that's another reason why I say Osiris might be the one who is venerated.
Osiris might be the one venerated through the through the anointing, through the burial, the tomb, and then the rising. Oh, that's what we talking about.
He thinks that we read the Kemetic, and I believe literally, I feel an energy that is Heru. Not a physical person, but an energy.
Now, this is a slide that I got from Jabari. I thought it was very useful. It shows how the Kemetic spiritual tradition became the later spiritual traditions. This is Jabari's slide. See, this is what I mean about disingenuous. Why would Jabari try to say that there was no other character called Christ? There was no Christ before Jesus when he himself has the slides to prove it. Why would he do that? Why would Jabari say there's no other Christ when we see Jabari banging on the Kemetic text saying, when I say that Horus and Osiris are the original King of Kings and Lord of Lords, the Kemetic text says so. We got his teacher, Baba Heru. Baba Heru said the rituals later on come from the Kemetic text. I showed y'all the rituals. I showed y'all the rituals. And as I was showing y'all the rituals, I'm giving y'all the Bible verses that goes along with it. So you can see where they put the hyssop branch to Jesus's mouth before his breath. The same as the opening of the mouth ceremony where you put the tool to his mouth to restore the breath. I'm showing it to you, the actual ritual. So now we know the history on where this anointing came from. Oh, Jabari. Oh, Jabari. Why does the Kemetic text use the word being? Jabari, why does it use the word being right there? That's crazy. Jabari, what is the definition for being, Jabari? What is the definition for being, Jabari? Is that existence? So do we have a literal and historical existing and actual Christ? Oh, we have a couple of them. We have a couple of them because Christ is a title which pass from the anointed to the anointed. It's about the actual ritual, not the person.
EnQi prayer number 2. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen.
Christ is about the ritual, not the person. Christ is a title bestowed on a person who goes through the ritual. Now, as a Kemetic priest, you're supposed to be trained to recognize Kemetic ritual. How is the Kemetic priest with no Kemetic belief able to deal with this? Well, he's going to have to debunk Kemet in public to win this debate. He has to disprove the Kemetic origin of the burial rituals that give the title Christ. Hopefully, y'all in the chat, y'all all the way in the back, now y'all can see how it comes together. The burial rituals, which comes from Kemet, is where the anointing with the oils and the whole, that's where the origin of that is. So to say that that did not exist, The Kemetic priest has to debunk Kemet. So now we go back to 1906. In 1906, just in case y'all need a different type of reference, I'm giving y'all German work. I'm giving y'all French work. I'm giving y'all an article from 1906 where they're talking about how the anointing process comes from Kemet. The French journal Recul de Travaux Relatifs à la Philologie et à Archaeologie Egyptians et Assyrians translates to collection of works relating to Egyptian and Assyrian philology and archaeology. The original title is in German and the journal title is in French. Wilhelm Spielberg, his argument for anointing as a ceremony for the installation of officials was published in the German Egyptological Journal. So they're breaking this down over 100 and some years ago that the anointing process comes from Kemet. So now you have a scholarly reference, just in case. I gave you the Kemetic references, the biblical references, and now we're giving you a scholarly journal reference. I also gave you the church fathers who said Jesus was the good scarab. I just want to make sure we didn't miss any of the reference points. Now we go to the biblical text where it says that Aaron and his sons were the first to get anointed in the Bible.
5 minutes.
Later on, the ritual became central to the installation of Israelite kings. Very important to track the anointing process in the Bible. Now, here's the problem with that. When we go, okay, here's the anointing process in the Old Testament and it's moving through, let's go ahead and match the burial rituals to the actual buried bodies, the sarcophagi, the mummies. And guess what we find in the Gaza Strip? Guess what we find in Canaan? Guess what we find out there in Israel? We find the Kemetic. We find the Kemetic clay coffins. I hope y'all know what y'all looking at. I asked y'all earlier on, did y'all want to see a dead body? I hope y'all know what y'all looking at. These are where the burial rituals translated from Kemet to Israel. I'm showing y'all step by step. These from the first dynasty. The burial process is Christ, Crestu. In the actual Kemetic text, English versions by Egyptologists, like Jabari's teachers in college, have edited that out of translations. Now I'm giving y'all these words so y'all can go re-look them up. I want y'all to go re-look these up because nobody wants to discuss these. Jabari wants to use the TLA as a source when it works for him and then also take it out. Do y'all see that at the bottom here? Down at the middle, oh, I can't show y'all. My mouse is not mousing. You see down there, mummy of a god, right? With the root, right? Okay. I just need y'all to see this. The story of Osiris is the story of the first mummy, the first Christ. In the text, what does it identify the dead body as? Kores. Kores, the dead body. What does it say? That on that day, which we established the festival of the meeting of the dead body, it is of Osiris. We have in the text, Osiris as the first Christ. In the text, that day of uniting the two lands, that is the joining together of the two lands at the burial of Osiris. Listen.
People, I'm a Kemetic priest.
The heart center, the heart arit or gateway, known as a chakra.
Okay, all right. We good. We good. So how many minutes I got left? Okay, 3 minutes. So we can do a nice little recap. So what I have shown is the science that our ancestors put into the hieroglyphs to pass on generation to generation. Then I'm showing you that those traditions have been passed on. I'm also taking you back to the origin of the term Christ, because that's what we're debating. Is Christ a literal and historical character? I showed you in the text Christ over and over again. Literal means in the writing. Historical means in past writing. Character, I showed you what character is. So have we established literal historical characters by definition? Absolutely. Then I traced the ritual of the anointing. I showed the anointing. I showed the opening of the mouth ceremony. I showed you the original mummies in the Gaza Strip, in Canaan, in Israel, to show you that the burial process, the Christ, from Kemet was exported to Canaan. Proof, the bodies are still there. I have shown you in a variety of ways. The Kemetic text, the biblical text. I showed you the archaeological findings. The findings. I showed you the mummies. I showed you the scientific journals. I showed you a historical journal from 1906 documenting the anointing came from Kemet and passed into the biblical. I even showed you Jabari's teacher, and Jabari's teacher's teacher, all saying that the Christ came from Kemet. And then I showed you in the Kemetic text that the original Christ, his name, Winenefer, means to exist. If you are still confused, it is because you are a fan of Jabari's. Other than that, you have to admit, Jabari came to debate the wrong debate. The flyer says nothing about biblical Jesus. It just says Christ, which means that we are free to discuss Christ of any kind. Christ of any kind, of any time period. I choose to discuss the original.
Time. Thank you so much, Minister EnQi. And that was his second go around. We are going into Brother Jabari now with his 5-minute rebuttal for his second round. Again, Brother Jabari, like you said, you can get the 5 minutes and then go straight into your 30 minutes for your second round presentation. And I will come in at 25 minutes to remind you that you are approaching the end of your second round. Is that okay?
Well, I'd like to I'm going to do my rebuttal. If you can give me the 1 minute alert, and then I'll go into my rebuttal after. I'm not going to do it together like he did, just to be clear.
Got it. So you want me to let you know at 4 minutes that you're approaching the end of your rebuttal?
Yep.
And
then I'll go into my whole discussion.
30 minutes.
Yep.
Fine. When you start your time, your 5 minutes starts.
Yep. Okay, if you could share this, please. I think it might already be sharing.
The dictionary?
Yes.
Yes, starting your time now.
You know, you ever get to a point where maybe you tried to rent a hotel room and you got in and it was so filthy that you had to go downstairs and scold them on how filthy it was and demand your money back rather than looking for another room? I got so much cleaning to do that we should just burn the whole hotel down. He actually said that literal just means it exists in words. What? Here's the definition of literal: taking words in their usual or most basic sense without metaphor or allegory, representing the exact words of the original text, and that's literal of a translation, and then a misprint of a letter. I want to be really clear that he is just making up his own definitions. He's just making them up. And he thinks that you're going to fall for it. It's really, really bizarre what he's doing up here. By the way, he even said that I don't have new slides. Let me say two things. These are old slides with new slides mixed in, but why do I have to use new slides when you're not even dealing with the topic? Listen, if it could beat everyone else, it could definitely beat you because you're not on topic. This is really, really annoying. I told you that this is what EnQi was going to try to do. He thinks he's doing the 3-card Monty, y'all.
All right, I got to ask this question, Dr. EnQi. This is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
Okay.
EnQi is completely off topic. By the way, he showed you a definition for Christ, right? This is from his slide. I took a screenshot. And it mentions Jesus, a title given to Jesus of Nazareth. He just went over. He just went over that. He's not talking about Jesus being literal. He's not. Who's the biblical Christ that he agreed that he's supposed to be speaking about? You heard him say it. Does EnQi have a twin? Is that what it is? Is the twin on break somewhere and this dude is the stand-in? What is happening here? He told you he was going to deal with the biblical Christ. He is not dealing with the biblical Christ. Hebrews, Christians, is this what you expected him to do? Is this what you expected him to do? I don't think so. He's not meeting the basic standard. And by the way, can I ask you this? He tried to use this image and show it in tandem with the Kemetic image. Folks, you must demand that EnQi show you the origin of this source. Does this not look curiously AI? Did EnQi create an image in order to say they were similar to the Kemetic image? EnQi must show us the origin of this image. He won't. EnQi must show us the origin of this image. He won't. He's creating images and saying, don't it look like the Kemetic image? You created it. What? Listen, I know what an AI image looks like. Y'all know what an AI image looks like. Where's the origin of the image?
1 minute remaining in your rebuttal.
By the way, he also says that character is a word from the Bible. It has its origin in the Bible. This is etymology online. Listen to this. Character, symbol marked or branded on the body, symbol or drawing used in sorcery, alphabetic, the letter, graphic symbol standing for a sound or syllable, on and on and on and on and on. Comes from the Old French, the Latin, the Greek. It doesn't come from the Bible. Just because it is actually from the Greek, does that mean it comes from the Bible? What claims is he making? I want you to know that EnQi is not responding in this debate. He's just not responding in this debate. And he claims that I am using the TLA and it's not doing what it says. He's just showing you when. The name is Nefer. He's giving you one part of the word. So that means when you go to the movies and you want to see Batman, if it's just a documentary about bats, you're going to be happy?
Time.
Where's the man?
Time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Let's continue. Yeah. We're going to go into the 30-minute, and I might just conclude my rebuttal piece in my 30 minutes. I'm going to conclude it and go straight in. Okay.
And I will say I will come in at 25 minutes to let you know you have 5 minutes remaining. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. By the way, EnQi is still trying to get me to like get really upset and to be thrown off my square.
Starting your time.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Notice that he actually shows a video several times of my recently deceased spiritual father. He's trying to troll. That's really in bad taste. By the way, you're misrepresenting what an ancestor said. When you are asleep tonight and the covers get mysteriously pulled off of your legs, it's Baba Heru. How dare you? He's simply saying that the Kemetic tradition is the origin of the Christian tradition. He didn't say Jesus is literal. He never said that. He never said Christ in the Bible is literal. That's the argument that you've already said you're supposed to make. You said that. I didn't say it. I wasn't even talking in the clip. You said it. You need to debate yourself. Go in front of the mirror and debate yourself. That's really in poor form. But you know what? You can't throw me off my square. You can't. You can't. He says, why didn't you bring original sources? What do you mean original sources? What does that mean? I've been showing you sources the entire time and giving you their citations. You've been showing sources too, EnQi. I give you a little credit. The problem is they ain't sources for the debates. Where's your sources of the historicity of the biblical Christ? That's what you said you were going to debate. Where are your sources for the literalism of the biblical Christ? That's what you said you were going to do in the debate. You have failed yourself. And he also said, I am saying Christ existed both in Kemet and biblically. Okay, you said it, but you're supposed to prove it. This is a debate. Just because you show us that the title Christ has its origin in Kemet, by the way, something that I've said on Sonetter's channel many times, that doesn't mean that we're talking about a literal, historical, biblical Christ. That's what you said you were going to be debating. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this an infomercial for one of your workshops? Just tell us the truth.
If you live in a Michigan zip code and have 0
You're not debating the topic. You're not even close to the topic, brother. And having your followers in the chat, some of them say, now EnQi doing it great. Come on now. Come on, man. Come on, man. I mean, you are not on topic. When are you going to show us the literal historicity of the biblical Christ? Don't make up what the word literal means. Don't tell us that character comes from the Bible. What are you doing? None of that is true. And don't forget, family, ask him for the source of his image. He was trying to show you a Kemetic image and a Christian image and say they were the same. He created one of them. That's not scholarly, brother. You would fail in my class. You'd be brought up on academic fraud. You can't do that. I know what an AI image looks like. Come on, man. So I want to continue doing what I'm supposed to do. Here are I'm talking to you about the lack of credible contemporaneous sources for the historicity of Jesus Christ. The biblical Christ, EnQi. The biblical Christ. Remember the guy you said you were going to talk about? EnQi has been trying to back away from this the entire time. He says things in curious ways.
I got 2 questions.
He tries your best to confuse the topic. Look, here's another video of him trying to confuse the topic. Let's see. You got to see this. Because I'm not exactly sure why he thinks that you all are not smart enough. That's what he's doing. He thinks you're not smart enough to see what he's doing. We see the ace card, EnQi. It's a flim flam because he's going to prove that Christ is a literal historical character and that Jesus is the word. If he thinks he's going to do that and I knew he was going to try to do that, by the way. We argued for a long time about the name Jesus or Christ. We argued about it. But on this very video, he said to Sonetter that when he says Christ, he means Jesus. Does he not know that I have that clipped and ready? What do you think that I do?
Have you not?
Tell him a little something.
Have you not watched any of my debates?
Let me ask you a question.
No, EnQi, you are not going to speak now. You don't even have the right to speak after playing a music video, a poorly crafted music video with a ridiculous hip hop song.
That's the other thing he thinks he can do. He thinks he can play music, and that's gonna get the crowd going. Really? Really? He's been trying to deflect from this for a long time. For a long time. Listen to this one. Listen how he tries to prevent us from understanding what he's really talking about. Listen to this.
But you kind of prefaced segueing into the Bible conversation when we was on the phone. You said the first thing you mentioned was you didn't think that it was possible that if I believed in Bible narratives to also find value in Kemet. And you prefaced that by saying that you yourself were a Christian for a long time, and then you, for whatever reason, fell out with it, or you found out it was fake or debunked it or whatever. You know, you didn't kind of specify that, but you said you moved on to Kemet after. Could you elaborate on that?
One of the things that you're not going to be able to do, is frame my words in a way that is helpful for your argument.
Fine.
Rephrase. Now, folks, I want you to listen carefully. I've been debating longer than anyone on Sodetter's platform. I guarantee you that.
Okay.
And so I hear how people frame debates, how people frame arguments. He started by saying, you said that if people believe Bible narratives, that they cannot also believe.
No, you said that to me.
Tradition. I did not say if you believe the Bible narratives, you can't be. I mean, listen to the way that's framed. I said
you posed that to me as a debate question.
Wait. I'm talking about how you framed it. And you know you did. That's why you're smiling. Look at your face. You're not slick enough for this, brother.
Let's provide the clarity. Do you think?
Right. That's why you're smiling, because you thought you were going to do this, and you weren't going to see that you were doing this, and then you're going to say, aha, and that's not how this works.
Go ahead.
I am sharper than that, EnQi.
Okay, go ahead. Do your thing.
Just admit that you set the lore and I walked around it, and you said, okay, I have to set another.
You asked me something.
Let me finish.
Okay,
Notice you said, if you believe in Bible narratives. Very, very vague. Extremely vague. I'm saying if you believe in a literal, historical Jesus Christ, who was crucified, died, and was buried, if you believe that he practiced miracles, if you believe, and I'm going to get to you on this, don't think I'm not on your back on this. If you believe in the Exodus, which Jesus also mentioned, if you believe in all of those things, it is incompatible with the Kemetic condition, with the Kemetic understanding, with Kemetic spirituality. That is what I said. So when you say Bible narratives, you're leaving it really vague.
You see what he's trying to do? He's trying to confuse us. Can I say to you, family, y'all been watching debates for a long time. Y'all know what a flim-flam artist looks like, don't you? Is he talking about what we're talking about? You heard him say that he was going to prove the historicity of the biblical Christ. Did he do that? No. He's not even touching it. He's showing you AI images and Kemetic mummies. He talked to you about the atom and quantum physics and the origin of science among the Kemetic people. Brother, we didn't pay to see what you think are your greatest hits. We paid for you to debate. You're not on the topic. You haven't been on the topic all day. You got a third round. Maybe you'll do better. I doubt you'll do better. I don't think you have the capacity to do better. When you didn't understand what contemporaneous meant versus contemporary, I already knew you were in trouble. Let's look at some more sources that many people who are trying to argue that the biblical Christ is a historical person use. How about Suetonius?
Hello, shopkeepers. It's been only a few weeks since we launched the
one that is often used. Remember, I'm gonna be on topic. I don't know what he's doing. I'm on topic. Here goes the quote from Suetonius. It says, during his reign, many abuses were severely punished and put down, and no fewer new laws were made. A limit was set to expenditures. The public banquets were confined to a distribution of food. The sale of any kind of cooked viands in taverns were forbidden, with the exception of pulse and vegetables. Whereas before, every sort of dainty was exposed for sale. Punishment was inflicted on the Christians, a class of men given to a new and mischievous superstition. He put an end to the diversions on the chariot drivers, who from immunity of long standing claimed the right of ranging at large and amusing themselves by cheating and robbing the people. The pantomimic actors and their partisans were banished from the city. When they mention Suetonius as a source, Suetonius is not talking about Christ or Jesus. Suetonius is talking about Christians existing. You know, all those people that try to say there are many sources, contemporaneous sources, they're not being honest. Maybe they heard it from someone else. Maybe they haven't read it for themselves. But even this is written around 120 CE. 120 CE. Nearly 100 years after people who believe in a literal historical Jesus believe that he died. 90 years. This is not a contemporaneous source, and it doesn't speak to the historicity of Jesus. It only speaks to the idea that early Christians existed. No one is disputing that. How about Josephus? How about Josephus? We hear Josephus a lot. Listen to what Josephus says. By the way, this is written around 94 CE. Once again, 60 years after we are to believe that a historical Jesus the Christ lived. He says, about this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man, for he wrought surprising feats. He was the Christ. When Pilate condemned him to be crucified, those who had come to love him did not give up their affection for him. On the third day he appeared, restored to life, and the tribe of Christians has not disappeared. I want you to be clear. This is the reason why most people mention Josephus, because it is the clearest mention of Jesus. But you know, there's a problem. Virtually every scholar recognizes that the Josephus quote is what is called an interpolation. That's a really scholarly, polite saying, a way of saying a forgery. That early Christians forged this. There are virtually no scholars that debate this now. They've even done microscopic study in some of the writings and noticed that some of the letters seem to have been changed. I want you to understand that it would be really unusual for Josephus, an adherent Jew, to mention that Jesus was the Christ and that he died and was reborn. It doesn't fit with all of his other writings. Even the tense and the grammar is different than all of his other writings. This is what Bart Ehrman says. Bart Ehrman's blog on from March 10, 2019. Yes, another source on the topic. His blog post was called, "Do any ancient Jewish sources mention Jesus?" This is what he says. This testimony in Jesus has long puzzled scholars. Why would Josephus, a devout Jew who never became a Christian, profess faith in Jesus by suggesting that he was something more than a man, calling him the Messiah, rather than merely saying that others thought he was, and claiming that he was raised from the dead in fulfillment of prophecy. Many scholars have recognized that the problem can be solved by looking at how and by whom Josephus's writings were transmitted over centuries. In fact, they were not preserved by Jews, many of whom considered him to be a traitor because of his conduct during and after the war with Rome. Rather, it was Christians who copied Josephus's writings through the ages. Is it possible that this reference to Jesus was beefed up a bit by a Christian scribe who wanted to make Josephus appear more appreciative of the true faith? I'm going to tell you that the contemporary sources don't exist. And some of you will say, well, what about the writings of Paul? By the way, there's a lot of confusion around the writings of Paul. And one of the reasons why there's confusion is because in most Bibles, the writings of Paul come after the Gospels. It gives you the impression that the Gospels exist, and then you see this man, Saul of Tarsus, who becomes Paul, and he's talking about how these events in the Gospels are actually supposed to influence those people who were to become Christians and those people who were already Christians. In actuality, Paul's writings predate the Gospels. They predate them. And I find it very interesting. I think many who are reading this in a very critical way recognize that Paul never describes all of the events of the life of Jesus that we see in the Gospels. And his writings were first. He never mentions the events. He's speaking of a spiritual, metaphorical guy. Listen to what some of what he says. Okay, Paul never met a historical Jesus, only mentions visions. Listen to what he says in Galatians 1:11-12. Brothers, the gospel I preach does not come from man. Neither did I receive it from man, nor was I taught it, but it came to me through revelation of Jesus Christ. You're telling me that you didn't hear about this from people? You had a revelation? We know that he says that he was struck off of his donkey. He doesn't give us all of that detail that the Gospels do. By the way, some people say, well, he mentions James, the brother of Jesus. You'll hear that as well. But you have to recognize the term brother in this sense may have simply been referring to a follower, a prominent follower. He uses it in many others of his writings. Here, this is from Britannica. St. James, the apostle, the Lord's brother. He died at 62 CE, AD, they say here, in Jerusalem. He was a Christian apostle according to St. Paul, although not one of the original 12 apostles. He was leader of the Jerusalem Christians, who Saints Peter and John the Evangelist, who with St. Peter and John the Evangelist is one of the pillars of the church. Confusion has arisen over the identity because he has often been mistaken for St. James, the son of Alphaeus. Exactly what the biblical Galatians 1:19 means by designating him the Lord's brother is also uncertain, although he is mentioned elsewhere in the gospel as one of Jesus's 4 brothers. Hypotheses have been forwarded that James and Jesus were brothers, stepbrothers, or cousins. This is not clear. This is not clear. I want you to be clear that if Paul was saying that he had learned this from people, then maybe he would mention Jesus's brother. He does not in that context. He's probably using the term as follower. By the way, he even calls women in some instances by the same term. And we talked about the Gospels, right? Some people will actually say, well, the Gospels themselves are contemporaneous sources. No, they're not. There are many issues with the Gospels. First of all, you should understand that they are presented, they are presented before the writings of Paul and Bibles. That's a typo there. They are actually later and include biological information not written by Paul. Let's be very clear. Paul does not include, he's the one that's closest to the date that many purport a historical literal Jesus to have lived. But let's be clear that he doesn't include any biographical information. They do, and they are written later. The first of them, and that was the one written by Mark, is written around 70 CE. This is supposed to be 30 years after the supposed death of Jesus. Folks, would you come to me and ask me about someone to tell you about someone who lived if I was writing 30 years later? Is that what you would do? No writing before, no mention before, 30 years later, now this is supposed to be a contemporaneous source. In fact, many scholars, as I've said, argue Mark is first, with Luke, Matthew and Luke basing their writing on Mark. So when you actually look at these texts, the Gospels, it seems like here are four people talking about Jesus. In actuality, the first one is Mark. Scholars call this the Markan priority. Matthew and Luke seem to be basing their arguments on his. And you should understand that no one who is a scholar argues that they were authored by the same names that were included on them. That in fact, we have copies of these Gospels without the names. The names were included later. This could be very confusing if you're looking at the argument for historicity. But I will tell you that no one in church, no one in the pews has heard this. It's not something that pastor tells you. I'm going to tell you, I was 14 when I first heard that the Gospels, the earliest of them were in 70 CE. I said, what? Literally, a scholar told me that in high school. And he said, well, we have issues. Some of them are copies of the others. This was a scholar that was teaching me the history of the Bible. It was the first time I'd read the entire Bible from cover to cover. Scholars know this. It's the people of faith who do not. And EnQi professes to be a person of faith. He professes to be a person of the Christian tradition. Why has he not shown any allegiance to the Christian tradition? In other words, he wants to say that because I am arguing that the Neteru were not literal, tangible entities, that I'm an atheist, a Kemetic priest. How can he tell me about what I do? I've been in the Kemetic tradition for over 30 years. I've been a priest for, I don't know, maybe 12 or 13. How is he telling me about what I do? I am telling you that the Kemetic tradition was not meant to describe the Neteru as literal entities. We're talking about these powerful energies within the universe that we have named. We name those powerful energies in the universe. I'm not saying that they aren't real. That's what some of you will say. He's saying that the deities aren't real. I didn't say that. I said they aren't literal. They aren't literal. That's it. Now, if he wants to debate that topic, it's to get in line. Because Tahuti and I are already going to debate it. Did he think that he was supposed to be the stand-in for Tahuti? Read your notes, dude. You're in the wrong debate. That's not what we're doing here. Jesus. He didn't know what the name, he didn't know what the word contemporaneous sources meant. He didn't know what contemporaneous was.
Running a business is more legal than you think. Luckily,
Thank you, Queen Napa. You know, EnQi, I'm sure that you're really good with helping people with diabetes. Stay in your lane, brother. Let the historians do the history work. Because when you come out here and have a showing like this, where you're not even meeting the basic standards, what are we doing? Do you think that it makes sense for you to argue that the origin of the Kemetic tradition, the origin of the Christian tradition is Kemetic? I had a debate with a PhD scholar about that. You already know that is an argument that I have made far better than you have. That's not what this debate is about. This debate is about the historicity of Jesus, of the biblical Christ. You want to say biblical Christ? By the way, you should know we debated for a long time. For over a half hour, he refused to use the word Jesus. And we asked him on the phone very clearly, you're talking about Jesus. Everyone in the chat's going to know who I'm talking about. That's a flip-flap artist. And then he says in public that he's talking about the biblical Christ. Has he shown you that the biblical Christ is a literal person? Did he show you that? Because that's what he's supposed to do.
All right, I got to ask this question, Dr. EnQi. This is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Queen Napa, por supuesto. Of course. He said, of course. That means he expects that you know that's who he's talking about. He's even a little annoyed that Sadnetta asked the question. I wasn't talking. Actually, I was looking at a text from my wife. You see me looking down. I was looking at a text. But I heard it. I said, I'm going to clip this and play this all day long. Because I knew that EnQi was going to try to do the 3-card Monty from South Bronx on you. You know that that's not what he's supposed to be debating. Where are your contemporaneous sources, brother? You're showing us that the origin of the word Christ comes from Kemet? Okay. You think that showing us that when Nefer, the first part of that term means to exist? Okay. It's when Nefer, brother. Maybe if you want to be even literal with your translation, you could say to exist in perfection. But that's not how scholars translate that. He thinks that he can just show you the first part of the word, and that's enough. That's not what this is. Christians, Hebrews, I'm showing you more respect than EnQi is. I'm at least dealing with the topic. You may disagree with me, but I'm at least dealing with the topic. How can you allow someone to disrespect you by doing a debate like this? I know y'all rocking with him, but is he actually doing your business? I saw a bunch of Hebrews come forward and say, I'm rocking with EnQi. You still feel that way? He's arguing that Christianity comes from Kemet. Yara, you agree with that? Apostle, you agree with that? I saw y'all coming on and cheering him up, rocking with him. Is this what you expected him to do? I'm the one showing you the sources that everyone talks about as the proof of a historical Jesus. He hasn't contended with any of them. He's misquoted the Kemetic language, mistranslated the Kemetic language. What are you doing? Well, I know we have one more round, and I know I'm at the end of my second. I truly hope that EnQi stays on topic. And in his rebuttal, he should tell us where he got that image from, the AI image. Show us where you got it from, EnQi. Don't show us an AI image and say it's like the Kemetic image. Yeah, because you created it. That's not scholarship, brother. Let's go.
Time. Thank you. Right under the wire. That was a fiery second round. We are going into our third and final round. Minister EnQi, you have 5 minutes. Sonnetters up here. Sonnetters up there making, he's doing something. He's shaking his head. Was it good, Sonnetter? It's very good. Okay, Minister EnQi, you're going into your third and final round. You have a 5-minute rebuttal. You have your 30 minutes. Would you like for me to do like you did before, just 30 through and then let you know at the end of the 5? Yes. All right, sir. When you start, your time starts.
Okay. All right. When I start, my time starts. See, now it's getting ready to have to get crazy. So I got to make sure I don't leave no fingerprints at the scene. Because now we done went. You know what I'm saying? Because now Jabari playing games. So now we got to go there. Now we got to go there, Jabari. We got to go there, brother. I didn't want to have to do it to you, buddy. We got to go there. We got to go there, Jabari. Oh, my goodness. Jabari, I am so sorry. Everybody just witnessed me catch a body. This is crazy. Jabari just agreed that the original Christ I am correct on. Y'all all heard this with your own ears. Please don't pretend y'all don't see what's happening up here. This is crazy. Do not pretend y'all don't see what's happening. Did Jabari disprove the literal and historical Christ character I provided? This debate is not up to whatever Jabari make it. When you make a flyer for a debate, when you make a topic for a debate, you got to stick to that topic, what is on the flyer, what people pay their money for. You can't pull a magician act and make people, oh, EnQi, get mad with EnQi because he didn't mention Jesus. EnQi was supposed to talk about Jesus. That's not on the flyer. Neither is the word person. He said, oh, did EnQi provide any sources to prove that Jesus was a literal person? Where is he getting that from? That's not on the flyer. I'm gonna tell y'all something. See, this is why I had to put my gloves on, because this is crazy. This is crazy. Y'all letting him get away with pure. This is the most unscholarly you've ever seen, Jabari. You've never seen Jabari like this before.
Don't want to see a dead body.
Y'all should know he lost in.
He thinks that he's going to prove that there was a literal named Christ that's not Jesus.
Now, why would Jabari say that I think I'm going to prove that there's a character named Christ that's not Jesus? And then just literally 6.5 minutes ago, he admitted, oh, yes, EnQi is correct. So what? EnQi's correct. So what? EnQi's correct. So what? Brother, you're saying that I'm correct about the things that are on the flyer. Do you even realize that you are conceding defeat? Do your fans in the chat realize that you just acknowledged I was correct on the actual topics that are listed on the flyer? And then proceeded to tell them, but EnQi didn't prove Jesus was a literal person. He sure didn't. You know why, Jabari? Because that's not on the flyer, brother.
We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so. We read the Kemetic text. When I tell you that Asar and Heru are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I'm telling you that the Kemetic text says so.
See, Jabari, you've been lying all night, brother. We're going to expose this
and
lying.
I believe literally, I feel an energy that is Heru. Not a physical person, but an energy. And that energy has assisted me. I would call that Heru.
Now look at this flyer. I want all of y'all grown adults to look at this flyer. Is Christ a literal and historical character? A character is not the equivalent of actual person walking around.
A character is a character in a story. Jabari has misrepresented the Kemetic text to y'all. Why would a Kemetic priest lie to y'all on video? He said that I only showed one word and I didn't show win and effort. I'm showing y'all again. Matter of fact, let me blow it up because maybe y'all not familiar with this. Do y'all see that? Win and effort. Why is he lying about this so much? He has told y'all various lies about this slide. He said, this is a first of all, he said, I mistranslated it. And this is the TLA. I'm not translating the TLA. I don't work with the TLA. That's a lie. I showed y'all on multiple slides, win and effort. Why is he lying about win and effort? Why is he doing that? I even read y'all the text. Win and effort, right? Why is he doing that? Why is he lying about this? Because this destroys his argument. And for the people you trying to rile up and say, where's the Israelites? Where's the Christians? Blah, 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 blah. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. Sinetta said, EnQi, watch out, because Jabari going to use your sources against you. So that told me, you know what Jabari's not prepared for? Jabari's not prepared for me to use his sources against him. Jabari didn't prepare for this debate. But we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Because Jabari learned that Wusia, Jabari learned that Osiris does not exist from Madame Blavatsky. This is why we talked about in the weigh-in. This is why I had to bring up where he getting his information from. This is why I had to show that Jabari is very familiar. He's been studying Blavatsky because Jabari has been teaching y'all about Blavatsky this whole time. But y'all don't know Blavatsky's information when y'all hear it. The divine androgyne, the hermaphrodite gods. See, y'all don't know what Jabari actually been getting this information. Why do they get angry when I teach the science of Kemet, but not when other races teach Kemet as the origin of trans bisexuality through divine hermaphrodites? I'll tell you why. Because they're Madame Blavatsky students. Alan Gardner in Egyptian grammar, page 502, describes the Jed pillar as a bundle of sticks. Everybody over 40 years old knows what a bundle of sticks is. You don't hear no response from these guys when they say that, Osiris's Jed pillar is a bundle of sticks. Y'all know what that is. Right? Because they got all kind of other references for that spinal chakra energy as well. You see, this is what they've been teaching. Now, I ain't want to have to put the gloves on and do it to you.
They must be doing it because this color system is all something else and it doesn't come from Kemet. That they teach in Madame Blavatsky. Did he show you video or a text where people in Kemet are teaching that?
The heart center, the heart arito gateway, known as a chakra in the Indian system.
By the way, if he believes that we are showing that we are practicing something that comes from one of Madame Blavatsky's followers or compatriots, what he would have to do for that argument to make sense is show us doing it. Did he do that? No. Did he show me doing it? No. He did none of that. Does that mean that because you see me talking about something, it means that it's part of what we're teaching in our shrine?
We have been to Egypt many times with Brother Yasir, and it's been an experience.
That's another episode.
Yes, that's another episode. That's the after hour show.
All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. Chakra, the heart center, the heart arito gateway, known as a chakra in the Indian system. That able to defend yourself. That's what teach lower chakra. Able to defend yourself. That's what teach lower chakras. It's for self-defense and survival. These are not your lower self. They're calling yourself.
What?
This is Jabari, business partner that teaches chakras in Egypt and in Jabari Shrine, teaching Madame Blavatsky science. You just don't know it yet. This is Blavatsky science.
All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy.
Transgenderism is Madame Blavatsky's secret doctrine where Isis and Osiris are unveiled as transgendered, which is why Jabari support Kamala Harris.
All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy. All men need to cultivate their feminine energy.
I'm one of the few people in the Kemetic tradition who is actually really familiar with Madame Blavatsky's work. I'm one of the few people in the Kemetic tradition who is actually really familiar with Madame Blavatsky's work. What? I'm one of the few people in the Kemetic tradition who is actually really familiar with Madame Blavatsky's work.
What? See, I had to put the gloves on for this. In Isis Unveiled, do y'all know what Isis is unveiled as? The work that Jabari is really familiar with. Osiris is a male-female. Here's the citation. I want y'all to look this up. Open up another screen on your computer. Open up another screen on your phone and check and see if Madame Blavatsky teaches that Osiris is a male and a female. Right? I want y'all to do this. This is very important.
I'm one of the few people in the Kemetic tradition who is actually really familiar with Madame Blavatsky's work.
Go and look if Madame Blavatsky teaches in the secret doctrine that Horus is both sexes. I want y'all to go look this up. This is important to the conversation. Go and look and see if this information is there. Because guess what? I just showed you that Jabari is on tour doing exactly what he told us he wasn't doing. So I want y'all to take a moment and do that. Part of the debate. Go look it up right now. Search it up. Search it up. Because guess what else you're going to find in those very same books that I just gave you? Madame Blavatsky created the concept that the gods were not meant as literal or actual, only universal principles. You do not have anybody teaching that before Madame Blavatsky's books came out. Anytime you hear somebody telling you that the gods were principles, that's Madame Blavatsky's work. It's not just the chakras that come from Blavatsky. The very concept that gods as principles is theosophical. Now let's look up the word principle because they want to play word games with you. A principle is a fundamental truth or proposition. A principle is not energy. A principle is not a natural force. So when Jabari says that the Neteru are principles, that is not the same as natural forces or energies. That is a lie. That is a lie. That's why the gloves had to come out so we could get surgical and I wouldn't leave no prints with his blood all over the walls. Energy, the strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity. Energy is actual. Energy is actual. So if we're talking about the Neteru as energy, that means that the Neteru are actual. That means the Neteru exist, which is the reason why I gave you Re, because Re combines with Osiris. And I showed you in modern science what the definition of the glyphs for Re are. So you can see the form the energy takes to manifest matter, to manifest light, as defined by your ancestors and modern science, existing now. So when I show you Osiris as the original Christ, oh, maybe some of you were misled by Jabari. Maybe some of you came to hear about a different Christ. Maybe some of you didn't know Christ as a title. Maybe you didn't know that the anointing process originated before Jesus in the Bible, before the Bible. Maybe some of you didn't know that the Bible originates in Kemet. But that's why I showed you the work. You see, I showed you the work. I showed you the work. Suntan even said it today. Suntan was repeating Jabari. The natural are principles. I said, Suntan, I'm going to talk to you in the debate tonight. You just as confused as these people that's misled by these fake scholars. This is crazy. This teaching is the opposite of actual Kemetic text, which I've been showing you. When the Nefer to exist. Now Jabari was, oh, well, he's not giving you the full because it's the beautiful existence. It don't matter what kind of existence it is. Existence. It could be the horrible existence, the crummy existence, the great existence. Exist. You said it's not actual, and you said it's not actual because you wanted to be able to win this debate by any means necessary. You were even willing to cut off your own nose to spite your face, because at the end of your second round, you just admitted to the people, EnQi is right about the origin of Christ. EnQi is right about the origin of the anointing process and the rituals, and the debate was over. But you had to lie. Again, what you've been doing this whole time. What you've been doing this whole time. Blavatsky teaches the Aryan races are the credit for true spirituality. And this is the reason why we had to have that discussion, Jabari, because you was unsatisfied with Christianity, so you moved on to Kemet. And even after being a Kemetic priest for decades, you still thought there was something that you needed to learn more. You still needed more study. You were unsatisfied with Kemet the same way you were unsatisfied with Christianity. So you moved on, and where'd you go? You went to Blavatsky. Now we got all of the Greek and Roman deities with the androgynous qualities. And here we go. We got Isis unveiled. We got the citations for you, Jabari, but you know these already because you're very familiar with Blavatsky's work. Taking advantage of the fact that the people are not. You see? This is where we got to bring this thing and make this thing surgical. We got to put the gloves on for this. Now we get to the word. As the form energy takes, as described in Kemet. As the form energy takes, as described in Kemet. I laid that out beautifully for you in the first round. The word. I showed you the etymology. I showed you the definitions. I showed you word in the Christian theology means utterance. I showed you the utterance in the original Kemetic text. So I showed you the origin of the Christian text. Then I showed you the origin of that text, which is what I told you I was going to do at the weigh-in. I was going to deal with the source of sources. Go back and check the video. I said multiple times, I'm going to deal with the source of the sources. Jabari misled y'all. Jabari still misleading y'all, telling y'all, like, y'all can't read the flyer. EnQi, you supposed to do, is Jesus a real person? Where is that on the flyer, brother?
We are strong. We come back. We push forward.
The only thing that can exist in a vacuum and create is light, traveling waves. So you got the science. You got something to walk away from this conversation and be proud of. Not fake remixed Blavatsky information. I showed you that the origin of the hieroglyphs for Ray is actually a standing wave in a resonant wave cavity. And that science was meant to be translated down to you as intellectual property. The reason why you don't have it as intellectual property is because somewhere along the way, foreign traditions came in and started to teach you that, oh, the original gods were just principles. Yeah, those are principles. Those are not even energies. But you're so confused at home, you think energies or forces is interchangeable with principles. God is light in the biblical text and the Kemetic text. And Christ is the light of the world. So now Jabari gonna say, oh, where that picture came from? Where that picture came from? Misdirecting your attention again. Ask, where did the text come from? Ask, where did the source for the ritual come from described in John chapter 19, verse 29? That's what we need to ask. That's what we need to ask. Ask if this is actually a representation of the burial processes. Ask in Egypt if it said, may your mouth be open so you may breathe air. And then Jesus, immediately after his mouth is touched, Jesus takes the final breath and releases it. This is symbolically identical to the original ritual. This is the activation of speech. This is what the opening of the mouth ceremony is for. As a Kemetic priest, you're supposed to recognize this. After the mouth is open, the deceased can now speak in the afterlife. After the sponge touches Jesus's lips, he speaks his final words. It is finished. You're supposed to recognize the rituals. You're supposed to recognize the ritual. But you want to play games. You want to misdirect the people. Oh, but EnQi's not teaching y'all about Jesus. The flyer don't say that. I took y'all to the original text. We went to the original. Burial in a stone chamber. In Kemet, the body is placed inside a stone tomb or sarcophagus for transformation. In the Bible, Jesus is placed in a rock-cut tomb, sealed and undisturbed for resurrection. I'm showing y'all the ritual. But not only did I show y'all the ritual, what else did I do? I showed y'all the sarcophagi that come from the first dynasty in Kemet that were found in Canaan, in the Gaza Strip, in modern-day Israel. I showed y'all the proof of where they got the ritual from. I'm not discrediting the Bible. I'm not disrespecting the Bible, because all Bible scholars know where those anointing rituals come from in the New Testament, the Old Testament, and where they come from in the Old Testament. So did Jabari disprove these rituals? Did Jabari disprove the title of Christ? Because the title would not exist if people were not having the title. If people were not doing the ritual, if the ritual did not confer the anointing and then the title. The problem is Jabari can't deal with that because he has to wrestle with the fact that he's been hiding the truth of Kemet all this time. See, this is why he's lying to you and misrepresenting what I've been showing you. Misrepresenting what I've been showing you. I showed you the word. I showed you the word in the text. He said I mistranslated it. I didn't translate it. This is the actual text. I showed you the dictionary. I showed you the etymology. I showed you the TLA. What does the TLA say? To exist or become. He said, I showed you one word, as if he didn't see this here. Why is he consistently lying to y'all about this? It's all throughout this text that I showed y'all. And it clearly says what it is. It clearly identifies what it is. Why is he lying about all these slides that I showed y'all? Why is he doing that? Why is he lying about the title? Why is he lying about the origin of the rituals? Why is he lying about the original concept that came from Kemet? Why is he lying about the title of Osiris, Lord of the Coffin? Why is he lying about the text, talking about the dead body as the original Christ in the Kemetic text? That's why he had to admit to y'all, well, EnQi is telling the truth about all that. But he ain't mentioned Jesus. EnQi's telling the truth about everything he's saying about the rituals and about Kemet. But I even made those arguments better than you, EnQi. Yeah, I made those same arguments you making, EnQi, but I made them way better. Okay, well, hold on, champ. If you made these same arguments way better than me, why are you pretending to the people that you don't know the lineage of the rituals? If you made these arguments better than me, why would you pretend like you did not know the lineage of the rituals? Why don't we have you anywhere on record showing people the name of the rituals? We don't have you anywhere showing this to nobody. Why? And we definitely don't have you understanding no science. We definitely don't have you understanding that we're looking at a standing wave and a resonant wave cavity. We definitely don't have that. We definitely don't have you understanding the concept of photosynthesis. Light being absorbed by green pigment producing plant life and food for the food chain. We definitely don't have you on record teaching that. Why have you not told these truths? I gave you the original text again, where Ra unites with Osiris. You haven't disproved anything I said, and everything I said was based on the flyer, the subject matter. But guess what? Since you want to keep talking about what we debated on the phone, you're scared to have a scientific conversation, brother. This is why every topic that we brought up on the phone to discuss science, Sa and could bear witness. You ran from it. You ran from it and tried to create this Jesus concept. And you yourself admitted, yo, when me and EnQi was on the phone for like 30 minutes going back and forth, EnQi refused to debate Jesus. He kept saying he won't debate Jesus. For 30 minutes, we went back and forth until we just decided on Christ. So if we went back and forth on the phone, Jabari, I want all of y'all in the chat to think about this. Think about this. This is real talk for a second. If we went back and forth on the phone for 30 minutes, like Jabari said, and I refuse to debate Jesus, why would he come here with 3 rounds about Jesus? You got to ask yourself that. Y'all are fans of him. You got to ask yourself when he tells y'all that me and him on the phone working out the details for this debate. I said over and over, I'm not debating Jesus. He said, yeah, let's debate Jesus. I said, no, we're not debating Jesus. Yes, we're debating Jesus. I said, no, we're not debating Jesus. We can discuss Christ. Why not Jesus? I'm not debating Jesus. Yeah, EnQi, you're a Christian. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. What are you talking about, Jabari? Have you read any of my books? Have you watched any of my videos? Have you ever visited my channel? Do you know what I teach? EnQi, you're a Christian. Okay. If that's what you believe. I told that to Jabari. Jabari is being the master liar up here. But the problem is every so often he has a Freudian slip. He's the ultimate Freudian slips, where he's admitted that I was telling y'all the truth. EnQi's correct on the Christ. EnQi's correct on the origin of the rituals. But you know what? Let's check that picture and see if it comes from AI. Oh, let's misdirect people's attention again away from the actual title of the debate. Oh, I got video. Let me show this, where EnQi said something about Jesus. I got video too, where you said you wasn't teaching nothing about Blavatsky. And anybody can look up Blavatsky's books and see that she is the source material for teaching that gods are not actual. They're just principles. That is literally a quote from Madame Blavatsky. And every time you tell that to people, you're teaching Madame Blavatsky's information. It's not in the Kemetic text. The Kemetic text says actual, to exist. When an effort exists, to be, to become. Those are diametrically opposed, Jabari. So you need to search in your soul. Maybe you're a good school teacher. Oh, maybe I'm a good working with diabetes. Maybe you're a good school teacher. You should stick to your lane, because you out here running around misrepresenting the Kemetic text.
30 minutes.
What you need to see if you could team up with Tahuti. I don't need to team up with nobody. We're debating Christ. Was Christ a historical character? So when I point to Osiris as the original version, we now have to address, was Osiris historical? Did Osiris exist? And the word literal means that we have to decide whether Osiris existed based on the text, brother. I want y'all in the chat to understand that. Did Osiris exist? Did Wusir, did Asar exist according to the Kemetic text? Absolutely. Absolutely. As Asar is combined with Re, a standing wave, does standing waves create the world? Absolutely. Absolutely. I prove both parts of the actual debate beyond a shadow of a doubt. So Jabari has no choice but to misdirect y'all. Oh, he didn't talk about Jesus. Oh, he didn't mention miracles. Miracles not on the flyer, champ. Neither is Jesus. Neither is the word Bible, actually. I could have told you anything in the weigh-in. I could have told you I was going to debate Mary Poppins. So what? That's not what's on the flyer. That's not what people came to see. You're a grown man. You know what the flyer say. So it don't matter what I say in the weigh-in. My job in the weigh-in is not to help you. Once you agree to the title, you agree to the title. You should have prepared 3 rounds on Christ. You shouldn't have recycled them rounds you've been using for the past 8, 9 years on Jesus, because this ain't a Jesus debate. How much minutes I got left?
You have 3 minutes left.
Let's add that 3 to my last 5. Can we do that?
Okay. I think
Therapy dog Taylor's wish is
Your time starts right now, brother. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Family, friends,
The person wrote,
we are gathered here to share some words about Jabari. He was a great scholar and a debater. He got old and flabby, maybe senile. He was confused at the end. Dementia was setting in. He couldn't keep the idea of the actual debate topic in his mind. He got punch drunk with Jesus. He got into debate with EnQi about Christ, the literal and historical. Now, how are we going to go into the historical Christ and not go to the origin? I just want to ask y'all that at home. So as we say, rest in peace, rest in greatness to the great debater we once knew as Jabari, you got to ask yourself, how will we discuss the historicity of the title Christ and not go to the origin of the ritual? Please answer that to yourself. Because that's what we're doing. That's what the topic of the debate is. So I want everybody to be able to walk up to the grave site and just drop something into the grave, baby, and say your final respects to Jabari, the once great debater that we knew. Now we'll know him from the great beyond. That's my time.
Thank you so much, Minister EnQi, and that is his time. I'd like to let everybody know that we're going into Brother Jabari's final round, which is his third round. Jabari, you want me to let you know at 4 minutes, your rebuttal is at 4, and then go into your 30, correct? You're muted.
Yes, I do. Yes.
And then at 25 in your 30, I'll let you know you have 5 minutes left. Okay, your time starts when you're ready, when you say so.
Yeah, let me go ahead and I like to look at it myself just so I could look down and see. Give me 1 sec.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, let's go. Thank you.
Time starts.
Let me say that it seems pretty clear to me that EnQi thought he could come in here and win on a technicality. That's what he was hoping was going to happen. And I'm not sure why he thought that that was going to be a successful strategy. I'm not sure why he thought that not putting a certain word in the title. By the way, you should know that when we were debating, when we were talking about this on the phone, he was very clear. Everybody knows that we talk about Jesus, Jabari. Why? He's saying I'm not being a gentleman. He's called me a liar. But literally what he did on the phone was lie. And I knew he was going to. I was okay with it because I knew that you were going to see it. I knew you were going to see it. Virtually all the people on Sonetter's channel, who is the speaker that has most articulated the fact that the Kemetic tradition is the origin of the Christian tradition? I'd like to believe that's me. And so when he starts talking about this and then says, oh, he says EnQi is right. EnQi is right about the wrong thing. That's not what we're discussing. I don't know how many times I need to argue this, to explain it. But you know what the funny thing? The really funny thing is, I don't need to explain it. I don't need to explain it. Because in actuality, the person who really, really drives this home is someone else. There's another person who actually helps us understand where these ideas come from. And I want you to hear from that person now. This is the person that explains what the debate is actually supposed to be about. Take a listen.
All right, I got to ask this question, Dr. EnQi. This is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
I want you to understand the person that tells us what the topic is, I wasn't even speaking. He said it. And by the way, Sonetta didn't pull this out of thin air. It's what we were talking about on the phone. It's what we talked about on the phone. And I don't even have to say, y'all, I'm sorry, I should have recorded the phone call for you to hear. He says it here on the live. How many of you saw the weigh-in? And I said later on, I hope he doesn't, he has to realize I've done clipped this. He has to realize it. What is he doing? He continues to say that I am a student of Madame Blavatsky. He continues to say I am teaching Madame Blavatsky. You know, EnQi has never been to one of my classes. He's never been to Comedic Ascension, which is a public session that we have been, I don't know, how long has Comedic Ascension been public? Maybe 10 years? Every other Sunday? I have Comedic Ascension tomorrow. Tomorrow. Hundreds of people watch Comedic Ascension. I've never once mentioned the chakras.
1 minute remaining in your rebuttal.
Thank you. And by the way, I want you to understand that I want you to be clear. When EnQi initially asked me about it, I said, yes, the Comedic people seem to talk about nodes of energy within the human body. I'm prepared to have that argument. I'm prepared to have that argument. But he also said that the part of the chakras that comes from Madame Blavatsky is their color system and all these other things. He said that. You heard him say it. Has he heard me say that? No. Has he heard Baba Heru say that? No. Has he heard Yasir Rahotep say that? No. Has he even heard my ex-wife, Anika Daniels Osaze, say that? No. This is a deal of very poor misdirection and sleight of hand. So I'm going to deal with the actual topic. That's what we'll continue to do here.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Time. Now you're going into your 30 minutes. When you are ready, let me know, and I will come in at 25 and remind you that you have 5 minutes left.
And once again, I'm probably going to continue a little bit with what I was saying in the rebuttal, and then move into the topic. One of the things that he also said that was so bizarre to me is he said that he heard, how did he phrase it? He said, you've heard his elder say it and his elder's teacher. Who was my elder's teacher he's mentioning on there?
Starting your time.
Okay. Perhaps he thinks he's talking about Mfundisi, because those are only two people he played. Mfundisi is Baba Heru's teacher. When did that happen? You know very little about what Comedic community does. Very little. I was with Baba Heru for nearly 30 years. Nearly 30 years. I know Baba Mfundisi very well. I hold him in high regard. And I want you to know that none of them are saying what you said they said. And you know what's about to happen? Mfundisi is going to get with you and say, I didn't say what you said I said. You're going to have to deal with the elders. How dare you misrepresent what elders say? And then he tried to say that Jabari's been teaching that, you know, Asar and Asta are androgynous, and that's the reason why he supports Kamala Harris. Why did he do that? Because he knows that many people in our community take issue with the transgender community. This debate is not about the transgender community. You have never heard me argue. You have never heard me say, you will never hear me say, because I do not, the sources do not confirm that Ast, Asar, Heru, any of them are transgender. Madame Blavatsky is Madame Blavatsky. I will congratulate him on something. He read something from Madame Blavatsky. By the way, I'm sure that he Googled it and used AI. I'm positive. I'm positive, because I asked him, well, what have you read of Madame Blavatsky? And he had one of those looks. You know that Borat look like there's nothing going on in your head? And I asked him several times, can you name the text? So at least in his preparation, he looked at the title of Madame Blavatsky's most important text. And even when he was doing it here, he said, this comes from Isis Unveiled. And then on the screen, he had another book. I don't even know if he realizes he did that. I don't even know if he realizes that that's what he did. He's not familiar with that work. I am. Do I have to tell you that I don't teach about Madame Blavatsky in the Kemetic Temple? Many of you have seen me do this many times. I've never mentioned her. We don't get this from the Talmud, from the European. We get this from the text. That's where we get it from. And so he's going to continue to say that because he's hoping I'm going to get really upset. I'm going to fly off the handle or something like that. Has he watched me? Do I do that? In fact, half of what he's saying I find kind of amusing. Well, also boring, because his whole third round was just him regurgitating the same stuff that he said. He's like a poorly trained pet that regurgitates, then eats it, and then regurgitates it again. That doesn't. Why did he do this? His third round was the same as the other round, just with more insults. I'm not offended by that. It's just wrong. You all have heard Baba Heru. Y'all heard Baba Heru on these airways before you heard me. Did Baba Heru say you must read Madame Blavatsky? No. How dare he say that about my spiritual father who recently made his transition, whose memorial is going to be held next week, by the way. A 2-day memorial. How dare he do that? Ugh. That's creepy, brother. Don't do that. You're going to misrepresent an ancestor? And you knowingly did that. By the way, did you also notice that when I called him on his AI image, he says, why won't he ask where he got the source from, where I got the text from? Why? Because I know what AI looks like. You can't say this image looks like the other image, but you created one in AI. That's not scholarship. You'd be reprimanded if you were doing that at the university level. But you know what? You know very little about what they do at the university level. He tried to attack my my degrees. I would love for EnQi to show us his. I would love for it. But this is not what happens with scholarship. It's just not how we do it. Once again, I'm going to congratulate him. He showed some sources, but the sources have nothing to do with the debate. They have nothing to do with the debate. He's saying he believes that the Christ of the Bible is a literal character. He said that in this debate. Well, prove that literal character existed. That's what you were supposed to do. Did you forget what you were supposed to do? Or did you think that some intellectual sleight of hand was going to fool the Sonnetter TV Studios community? They've seen people do this before. I saw Hebrews in the chat saying, EnQi, I was rocking with you. Why'd you do that? They're going to be upset with you. That's not how you do this. They were cheering you on, hoping that you were going to catch me slipping. And instead, it's like I'm debating what they knew I was going to debate. They still disagree with me. That's okay. It's okay you disagree. Let's have a real scholarly discussion. And you are off someplace else. Why did you do that to them? Hebrew Israelites, that's your champion? When we hear Jesus being the word, it's a reference to the logos, a Greek concept, actually a concept that comes from the Gnostic tradition. They have actually begun to realize that those ideas have their origin in Kemet. So is Christ the logos? Really? Show me how Christ is the logos. Even if he wanted to pretend he was talking about some Kemetic deity, Christ, or a Kemetic anointed one, Christ, he hasn't told us how they're the logos, has he? No, he's not debating the topic. But I'll do it. How many of you know what this text is? I end up in teaching mode when someone does such a poor job. I end up in teaching mode, and then somebody says, he's so condescending. Well, am I being condescending, or is my debate performance much better than yours? Look at this. What is this called? I'm not looking at the chat. Sonetta scolded us for messing around in the chat. I'm not doing nothing in the chat, but you all will see what it is. What is this item called? Where is it? You know what I should have done? I should have actually showed you the image of me standing in front of it. That's what I should have done, because it might have helped you understand that I really do study this. This is not a situation where, as he would like you to believe, I just heard something, I read Madame Blavatsky, and that's why I'm into this. I have actually studied this for an extensive period of time. And so as you need to understand, this is something that I'm prepared to discuss. This item, for those of you who may not be aware, is called the Shabaka stone. Sometimes it's called men fight theology. Men fight theology. I promise in the break I'm going to find you. I'm going to show you me standing in front of it, because I travel to these places to learn this stuff and to study, and then I come up against people who have not done any study at all. I mean, it's galling. It's galling. Maybe he studied something in the health realm, but this is not a health debate, brother. Stay in your lane, and maybe this will turn out better for you. So as we look at this is actually a stele. It's believed to be of graywack that was actually created by the Cushitic ruler, who came into Kemet and actually put Kemet back into order. He found a papyrus, a document that he says was worm-eaten, and so he carved it in stone. Philologists, those people who study the language, say that the text comes from the Old Kingdom based on how it's written. But this actual stone is from the New Kingdom. Why am I showing you this? Why am I showing you this? Because I want you to understand that scholars now recognize that some of the narratives on this text actually predate the concept of the creative word, of the vital energy in the word that creates the universe. And we know that we see in, oh goodness, is it John? It's in the book of John, I think.
Customize and save with liberty mutual.
The important thing is we stayed calm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm going to have a senior moment for a moment, where we see, no, it's in Genesis. What am I saying? It's in Genesis, where it actually explains that the word was made flesh and the word was creative. That idea we see in the description of the creation system from the city called Men-Nefer. Men-Nefer. The Greeks later called it Memphis, and that's why this document, this slab, is now called the Memphite theology sometimes, because the Greeks called that city Memphis later. But the city is called Men-Nefer. So most people translate that as meaning built-in perfection. By the way, see how when I translate both words? EnQi wants you to believe that when-Nefer is just when. It's when-Nefer. You can't translate just one word and say that's the meaning. Like I said, that's like you went to go see the Batman trilogy, and when you got to the theater, you just saw a documentary on bats. You would say, give me my money back. I came to see Batman. They'd say, yeah, bat. You say, no, Batman. And they say, bat. That's not how this works. When Nefer is the title that he's meaning to describe. And the TLA describes it that way. I haven't said the TLA is wrong. I'm saying you're reading the TLA incorrectly. That's why I can use the TLA, because I know how to use the TLA. I think you do too, actually. I think you're just intentionally misrepresenting this because you think it helps your argument. It does not. It does not. But as you look at this, I want you to read. This comes from thought.co. And it says, and this is about Ptah, who is the creative energy on the Shabaka stone. It says, definition, Ptah is the creator god of the Memphite theology, self-generated Ptah, the god of the primeval mound, Tatanen. By the way, that's the first mound, the first firmament that is created on the formless waters. That's called Tatanen. Creating by thinking of things in his heart, and then naming by means of his tongue. This is referred to as logos creation. A label that references the biblical in the beginning was the word logos. John 1.11. See, I questioned myself, but it was in John. The Egyptian gods Shu and Tefnut came into being from the mouth of Ptah. Ptah was sometime equated with the Hermopolitan chaos pair, Nun and Naunet. Besides being a creator god, Ptah is the Chathantic god of the dead. Chathantic means that he's connected to the cycles of death and growth that happen in the earth. You know how in the winter everything dies, but in the spring it comes back? That means that when they say he's a Chathantic god, that's what they're referring to, of the dead, who seems earthly king, shrouded like a mummy, like earthly king, shrouded like a mummy, holding a special scepter and wearing a skull cap. So they are telling you that the story of Ptah that is issued on the Shabaka stone is the origin of the Logos, and the Logos is where we get this from in the biblical narrative. Here's a scholarly text. I'm not going to just show you something that comes from a website, thought.co. Some of you might say, well, what about thought.co? Here's a scholarly article. It's called An Egyptian Source for Genesis. It's by James E. Atwell. It was in the Journal of Theological Studies in October of 2000. It's volume 51, number 2, pages 441 to 477. By the way, EnQi, this is how you do a source. You seem to believe that the person was the source. So if that's the case, I could just say, James Atwell is my source, and then link at you with this vacant look. No, I have to show you what he wrote. That's the source that you use in the debate. So let's listen. In the New Kingdom, the witness is unequivocal in claiming for Amun-Re and Ptah creation by the word, but the claims made for both are deeply rooted associations with more earthly and physical concepts of creation. For instance, the Shabaka stone, here we go again, he's talking about the Shabaka stone, the inscription reflecting an original dated by J.P. Allen, right, to the New Kingdom, witnesses to the Memphite theology. That theology represents an exceptional thrust of insight, which in the period of the New Kingdom has already articulated a logos theology. Yet the supposed contradictions between an action and a command account for creation cannot be more nakedly exposed than within this text. There, the theology of Memphis, by this time mixing its sources, equates the teeth and the lips of Ptah with the semen and hands of Atum. The ancient tradition, which emphasized Atum's self-sufficiency in creation by using the image of masturbation, sits side by side with the witness to the divine word, which actually articulates the self-same theological principle. By the way, you know how some of the Hebrews like to play that your gods have their phalluses in their hand, they have their rod in their hand. Look at how a scholar describes that. He said they use the imagery of masturbation, because the concept is they can create on their own. But when you let a child read a text, they're going to misunderstand it. Listen how a scholar describes it. Let's continue. Both witness to the sole initiative of the creator acting entirely alone. Indeed, Ptah, who formed by his word, is a chthonic deity as Tatanen and a smith. By the way, a smith, you might not be clear about what he's saying. He's talking about a blacksmith, okay? A blacksmith, which is the reason why Baba Heru was the founder of the shrine of the shrine of Ptah, by the way. You should know. Okay. Because he worked in metals, right? He worked in metals. I saw him hammering on his anvil at times when I was a young initiate. In this latter capacity, he would certainly have been capable of hammering out the firmament of Genesis 1:6 in his workshop. When the template of ancient Egyptian creation traditions is held up against the Genesis 1 creation account, there is a quite remarkable correspondence. The conclusion is stark and compelling. Ancient Egypt provided the foundation tradition, which was shaped and handed on by successive priestly generations. So how could we say that Christ is the Word? By the way, is Ptah Christ? That would be, if he was making a simplistic argument, that's the argument that he would have to try to make. I can debate me better than he can debate me. That's the simplistic argument he would have to make. It's an overly simplistic argument, but that's the best argument. He can't do that. He won't be able to do that. Because the second part of the debate, which I didn't even want to do, by the way, I thought it sounded more like something that he would do in Sunday school, was, is Christ the Word? Well, no. In the Kemetic tradition, certainly, we see the Word, the active energy which creates with the teeth and the tongue. And scholars have long recognized, this text is 25 years old, that that concept has its origin in Kemet, not in the Greek tradition, and certainly not in the biblical tradition, but in the Kemetic tradition. But is Ptah, in this instance, Christ? No. So even the simplistic argument that EnQi might try to make is not one that will work. It's not one that will work. So I want you to understand that he's just wrong. He's just wrong. And do I have to play the image, the discussion again? Do I have to play it again that he very clearly knows he's talking about the biblical Christ? By the way, that was the whole conversation on the phone. I said, brother, when you do that, some people will be confused. And our job is not to confuse the audience. No one's going to be confused, Jabari. They know we're talking about Jesus. Why are you afraid? I think Jabari's afraid. He knows we're talking about Jesus. I knew what he was trying to do. I knew what he was trying to do. Hebrews, is that what he told you he was going to do when he came to the weigh-in? Christians, is that what he told you he was going to do when he came to the weigh-in? You should be really disappointed in him. Really disappointed. I want you to be absolutely clear that we are talking about a tradition that EnQi has only scratched the surface of. He finds pieces in the Kemetic tradition and he tries to connect them to science. Some of what he says is interesting, but he has not spent enough time to actually entertain the discussion that we're meant to have today. We're talking about the biblical Jesus. That's what this is about. The biblical Christ. Who is the biblical Christ other than Jesus? If he was going to meet his standard, wouldn't he have to at least argue that the biblical Christ is literal too? He tried to say to you, it just means it's a character and they're words. Really? Is that what literal means? I showed you the definitions. Y'all gonna let him flim-flam like that? Come on now. Even if you don't like me, even if you're upset that I am not Christian, I think it's really important for us to hold the people that come before us to a certain standard. EnQi has not met that. He ain't talking about what we're talking about. He would rather insult me, saying I'm not a priest. Imagine he's invalidating my priesthood. That's what he's trying to do. He tried to use my spiritual father against me, and my spiritual father did not say what he says he said. That's what he tried to do. He's into the fireworks, but there's no substance. That's the problem. There's no substance here. He said, he calls me, he says, I'm EnQi, the remarkably unsourced EnQi. You still have that title because the sources that you showed aren't about the debate. I want to be very clear to you, family. I am not saying that you cannot be a Christian. I'm not saying that you should not be a Hebrew. But I'm saying if you understand that the stories in the biblical tradition are mythological, then you can recognize that those myths, yes, myths, those great stories have another origin. And that origin should have you at least say, okay, I'm a Christian and I'm a Hebrew, but I'm not going to do this the way the European does it. They're the ones that told you that this had to be literal. And he wants you to believe that if I don't believe that the very forces of the universe are literal, then I'm an atheist. What? Is that what you believe? He even said to you that Madame Blavatsky is the source of saying that the deities are not literal. Did he show you a source for that, by the way? Heck no. Heck no. He didn't think fast enough to get the AI to help him to give him that source. He didn't. He just said it because he's trying to make me offended and he's trying to make you think, oh yeah, Jabari is following white people and white people who are into the transgender community. He's trying to play on your discomforts. That's not what this is. This is a scholarly debate. Why did I think I could have a scholarly debate with someone who has not passed scholarly muster? Why did I think that? Sometimes I think I must be the one that's wrong. Like, why did I think that this was going to happen? Why did I prepare? Do you know how many slides you haven't seen? Why did I prepare for this if he's not going to talk about the topic? You've seen half of my slides. I have to say to you, family, we have to hold the scholars that come before you to a standard. Do you think that in a scholarly debate, you can try to misrepresent the topic of the debate and you're going to win that way? Is that what you think this is? That's not how this works. We're not playing Skelly on the street, brother. This is a scholarly debate. And you've already said that you are talking about person. By the way, you didn't even show us that the Kurast in Kemet was a literal person. You could have at least done that. Maybe that would have made your debate a little fancier, a little more interesting. You didn't even do that. You didn't even do that.
5 minutes remaining.
You need to go back to the lab and get your weight up. That's what you need to do. And all the flash of putting on gloves and all that stuff, I mean, it's not necessary. Instead of putting on gloves, use your bare hands to open a book. Study this. I told you you weren't going to be able to bulk up on enough information to come with me, to ride with me, to run next to me. You're not even in the bolted sidecar next to the motorcycle. You can't do this in just a few days, a few weeks. So you thought that you were going to try to win on a technicality. Folks, is that what he did today? Shouldn't it be very clear that he did not talk about a literal Christ in Kemet or the Bible? He went into atoms and waves and science coming from Kemet into the Western world. That's not what this debate is about. Why did you think that that's what this debate was about? You were hoping that people were going to become confused and that your misdirection was going to work. This isn't a magic show, brother. This is scholarship. And how dare you misrepresent what ancestors say, misrepresent what elders say, misrepresent what respected people in our community. By the way, Yasir al-Hosep is an elder. Why would you misrepresent them? And then even show the TLA and say that you were doing what was supposed to be done with the TLA? Why you do that? Why'd you do that? Everyone should know. Do I even still have the TLA open? Here it is. Here it is. He says that when Nefer means to exist. When means to exist. Nefer means to be good, beautiful, and to be perfect. I think it'd be logical for you to say it means to exist in perfection. By the way, why did they say that Asar existed in perfection? The concept was that death did not destroy him, that his body did not decay. I'm not even supposed to be telling you that. That's the deeper mysteries of ancient Kemetic tradition. That's where it went into the Roman Catholic Church, where their saints are only supposed to be saints if their bodies don't decay after a period of time. They got that from the Kemetic tradition because Asar's title was Wen Nefer, to exist in perfection. That means that after his death, he's not destroyed. That's what it means. So I'm not even sure why you thought that that was going to be helpful. All you did is show us part of what was said. Here goes hieroglyphs step by step. Here's the term, Wen Nefer. Can you see that? Here it is. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I don't have time. But you should be clear that they translate it as the one who continues to be perfect and hints at his mysterious post-mortem potency. That's what I just said. Post-mortem potency. That's what the reference is. What is he doing? What is he doing? Family, you don't have to be the same type of Christian, the same type of Hebrew that you've been. Understand that these great myths were created by you and that you are the director of a divine drama. That's what this is meant to be. With that, folks, I want to say, I wish I could say I enjoyed this. I didn't really enjoy it as much as I thought I was going to, but I really hope that you got enough out of this that you'll continue your study. Peace.
Thank you so much, Brother Jabari. That is time. We have completed the 3 rounds. We are going to let Minister EnQi come in and do a 5-minute rebuttal. This is according to what Sonetter has
yes,
said. Okay.
And then y'all get right into y'all question and answers.
And Sonetter will be hosting that part of the debate. So without further ado, Minister EnQi, when you're ready, your time begins. And do you want to be told at 4 minutes that you have 1 minute remaining, or you just want to go all the way through?
No, I'll go all the way through.
Yeah.
Okay, great, perfect. All right, Sonetter. All right, whenever you're ready, Minister EnQi, I will start your time.
Okay, so listen, I want y'all to understand what y'all just saw, because Jabari, and this is the problem when you introduce new concepts, especially science, it goes over people's heads. So first of all, I showed this in the first round. Second of all, Jabari said I didn't give y'all the citation. Right here, volume 1, the Prome, the very beginning of the book, The Secret Doctrine from 1888, lays out the omnipresent, eternal, boundless, immutable principle on which no speculation is possible. The impersonal reality is the foundation from which all gods emanate. Yes, When Jabari teaches that the netures are principles, he's getting that from here. We can just keep moving forward. I showed y'all the origin of what he tried to show y'all. He tried to pull up the Shabaka stone as if he didn't understand. Clearly, he didn't understand what I showed y'all in the first round. I showed y'all the scientific proof that establishes the Shabaka stone, not just as a mythology, but as a scientific reality. I told y'all that the standing waves originate in the brain. I showed y'all that this right here is a standing wave and this is a resonant cavity for a wave. So when he shows y'all the Shabaka stone and reads from Wikipedia, how dare he disrespect? How dare, listen, I'm bringing y'all the TLA. You see the TLA here? The TLA breaks down the Shabaka stone in detail. What's the problem here? He doesn't want to draw y'all attention to the actual text, because the actual text, remember, I was saying this in the first round. I mentioned to y'all Ptah. I mentioned to y'all the heart and the tongue generating the standing waves. I showed y'all the actual science to make this real. When you see Jabari pull up the Shabaka stone, Jabari is confirming my portion of the debate. Jabari doesn't know he got adjusted. Jabari doesn't know that he went from having a Jesus conversation to spending his whole last of his second round and his whole third round saying that EnQi is correct, EnQi's correct, but EnQi's talking about the wrong subject because he thinks that I'm supposed to be talking about Jesus. I'm sorry about that, Jabari. That's not what was stipulated and you said that we didn't stipulate that. That's so Strong's definition for logos. The Strong's definition for, matter of fact, let's simplify it here. Speech, word, or reason. I showed y'all the science that shows y'all that the speech, the word, and the reason all originate from standing waves. See, I think I showed y'all something that's so far over your head, y'all don't realize the full impact. When you go back to the Shabaka stone, you see the word of God came into being as something conceived by the heart and instructed by the tongue. This is why Ptah is the foundation of masonry. When y'all take masonry back to 1777, 1776, y'all don't even know what y'all looking at. This is where the origin of masonry comes from. This is why I'm trying to show y'all this might have went over y'all head. I established to y'all the scientific underpinning of what the Shabaka stone is teaching, of what the hieroglyphs are teaching. So when he comes back and circles back around, Jabari don't even know this information I just showed y'all about standing waves and resonant wave cavities. He doesn't know that the sun is a resonant wave cavity that operates from standing waves, which is the reason why Ray has two glyphs, and both of those glyphs are related to standing waves. The mouth, the generator of standing waves for mankind, and the sun, the collector and emanator of standing waves, which generates all of the life force that we have here, sustains all the life that we have here. This is why when you go back to the Shabaka stone, you have the heart and the windpipe, which is what I showed y'all in the first round as Nefer, the heart and the windpipe. This is what I was showing y'all, the science. See, I was trying to give y'all the truth. Do y'all want the truth or y'all continue to want the watered down information? Your ancestors built pyramids. Your ancestors created the math inside this planet runs by. Do you want to reclaim that, or do you want to still play games and let people say that it was principles? Principles. It was mythology. It wasn't actual. And he came up here and said, oh, EnQi's trying to prove that it's literal. Why y'all keep letting him say that he said the Neteru wasn't literal when he said the Neteru wasn't actual? He's smart enough to know there's a difference between literal and actual. The problem is he can't stand on actual because actual means to exist, which is the reason why I showed y'all Nefer in the first round, but I continue to point out winning throughout the rounds because winning means to exist. So when I show y'all winning exists, and I show y'all that's Osiris, and I show y'all Osiris is the first Christ, the first anointed mummy, the first to pass through the rituals, I'm showing y'all a literal and historical Christ that exists. When I show y'all Osiris combined with Re, when I tell y'all about Ptah, when I show y'all the science of a standing wave, I'm showing y'all that this is not only what your ancestors gave you, but this still exists today. The world has not changed. Your periodic table is giving you different densities of standing waves. The same thing your ancestors gave you. Then he pulls up the Shabaka stone on a wiki, and says that I don't know sources. He pulled up a wiki and critiqued the TLA with a wiki. How you critique TLA with a wiki? What are we doing here? Oh, I'm not in my lane. Got it. The problem is, guess what? My lane supersedes yours when it comes to this. Because before today, you didn't even know, nobody in your Kemetic tradition, nobody with you in your Kemetic scholarship knew that there was a scientific reality for standing waves, for the logos, for the word, for the utterance, for the hieroglyphs of Re, for how matter actually comes into being, for how matter actually comes into existence, for the electricity of the heart generating along with the brain, the standing waves that are the utterance that are spoken of. So when you pull up the Shabaka stone, you only proving my points. But you're working on the 2nd or 3rd grade level, and I'm working at the PhD level. I'm the one showing that though. And then I showed you Theophilo Benga. You said I didn't show Theophilo Benga. I showed you, I showed your teacher, and then I showed your teacher's teacher because y'all all pulled from Theophilo Benga. What are we talking about? Theophilo Benga said that the father of the atomic theory was studying in Kemet. I already showed y'all that. What are we doing? What are we doing? I showed y'all that slide already. See, you got to go back and realize what happened. I must have hit you so many times so fast, you didn't realize what was happening. To come back in your last round and show what I was teaching in my first round. You came back in your last round and show what I was teaching in my first round. And show it from an elementary standpoint. Then say, oh, EnQi's repeating himself. I have to repeat myself. That's how you learn things, through repetition, especially when it's a new concept you never heard before. Your students should be enlightened that they came here. It's a guarantee they're going to leave here with information they got from me and change their life. Change the way they look at the hieroglyphs. Change the way they look at Kemet. Change the way they look at modern science. They're going to say, wait a minute. These standing waves is real. Wait a minute. The hieroglyph for Re is actually a fundamental standing wave. Wait a minute. A word is actually a standing wave. Same as an electron and a proton. Same as the brain waves in the brain when you correlate neural networks. Wait a minute. These stories is not mythology. These stories are science. These stories are not mythology. They're science. When we go into the Amduat and we talk about Re combining with Osiris, that's photosynthesis when they're producing food. That's a real thing that goes on every day. That is a part of the system of our body's Krebs cycle. We break down the carbohydrates that are formed by that combination of the sunlight, Re, and the green pigment. We take that in, and that's cellular respiration. We breathe the oxygen back out to the plant so then the plants could take in the CO2. So the plants could take in the CO2 that we breathe out and then redo the photosynthesis cycle again. We feed the plants feed us. This is why the perfect black was green. I'm giving you the science so you can actually understand what you're running around teaching. What you tapping your wrist for? What you tapping your wrist for?
You're 3 minutes over your 5 minutes.
Sonetter was supposed to come in and do that.
You're 3 minutes over your 5 minutes. That's
yeah,
why.
you are.
No, I was not supposed to do that. I'm doing the question and answers, baby.
Yeah, I thought you said
right.
you.
It's all right. Let's go.
Okay, my bad. My fault. That's why.
Yeah.
I assumed that you were going to come in and stop him. So.
Nah, because I don't have the time. I wasn't doing the time. It's all right though, man. Don't worry about it. It's all right.
Well, I would like to be fair, and then because you were fair with
you want to, yeah, you could give Jabari 3 minutes.
3 minutes to Brother Jabari. He's going to be.
I disagree.
Nah, you could disagree all you want to, but if you if you had 3 minutes over time, EnQi, you got to be fair and give the brother 3 minutes.
Hold on.
I asked earlier if I could move my time.
thought.co, and then you saw a scholarly article from JSTOR. Maybe he doesn't know what that looks like, but I certainly did not. I would not use Wikipedia in a debate. I'm not sure why he said it several times, and he's just incorrect.
Okay, we will start your 3 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
You supposed to have started it already.
That was part of what?
Listen. Folks,
Yeah,
listen. Stop. I started my 3 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
An extra 40 seconds. Thank you.
I'm going to go 3 minutes. I will.
Go,
I'm not going to
go. You're wasting time.
So I also want you to know that when we talk about these things, he is also now saying that Theophile Benga is saying that the Karast is literal. Theophile Benga doesn't say that. Yeah, I want him to show us where Theophile Benga says that. Theophile Benga talks about how the traditions, the scientific, the mathematic traditions have their origin in Kemet that go into the Western world. You're not going to find him saying that the Karast in Christianity, in the biblical narrative, is literal. He didn't say that. He's misrepresenting what people have said. And I'm hoping that people recognize that I guess when you're out of bullets, you're going to throw anything. You're going to throw the gun. Because none of this, he's freestyling now. He's freestyling now. He didn't show you a source of him saying that. Just playing Theophile Benga's words, he has to say what you said he said. He did not say what you said he said. And by the way, if you are now describing Ra as energy, that's what he's been doing. You heard him. Then how can Ra be literal? Are you punch drunk? He's describing Ra as energy. He did it several times in this debate. How could he then also be literal?
Hold that time up, Jabari.
So I just want you to understand that our dear brother is not meeting the basic standard
30
for
seconds.
this debate. You can't do this in a few days or a few weeks. I've been studying this for years. And he didn't even try to do it. He just figured he was going to try to win on a technicality. You're the one that told us you were talking about the biblical Christ. Did he show that the biblical Christ was literal and historical? No, he tried to tell you literal just means words. It just means words. Character can be in a story. If you're saying that, then you're saying he's not literal. What are you doing?
Time.
Anyway, family, that's 3 minutes.
All right.
I look forward to your questions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you once again, Nepal. Great job. And,
yes, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
I'm going to speed my way out and enjoy.
Yeah, but just still be in the background somewhere.
Got it. I will.
All right. So now we have reached the part where we deal with the question, the Q&A. Dr. EnQi will have 4 questions. Brother Jabari will have 4 questions, and we're going to go back and forth. You have 1 minute and a half, a minute and 30 seconds to answer the question uninterrupted. Are you ready, Dr. EnQi?
He's asking me a question, right?
Yes. Are you ready, Dr. EnQi? I can't hear you.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. The question begins as soon as you complete the question. I mean, the time begin. Go ahead. It's on you, brother.
Jabari, for clarity, did you just explain to us that energy is not literal? So
I am saying, wait.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you finished with the question, or did you?
Yeah, go ahead. You can have it.
I'm saying to you that energy is not a literal character, a dude with a bird head and the sun on it. That is what I'm saying. That it's not an actual character. And that's the reason why when people say he's saying the deities aren't real, I have protested vehemently with everybody, including my dear brother Sonetter. Real is not the same as literal. And so I want you to be clear that that is what I am saying. And if you want to get into the debate with that, you got to stand in line to who is next. I'm prepared. I'm prepared.
44 seconds.
Yeah, I don't need to take more. That's the answer.
Okay, it's your go, Jabari, to ask him. But let me just say this to y'all, because y'all sometimes y'all debaters don't know how to use your time wisely. Dr. EnQi, Jabari is about to ask you a question. The quicker you answer that question, you can go and talk about the debate and talk about what he didn't do. You know, use your time, brother. That's what I try to tell everybody. They just gives up their time, and you got like damn near a minute left. So use your time wisely, because as soon as you answer it, you can go right back and go into that debate and do something that you forgot to say or whatever. Just use your time. It's on you, brother Jabari.
And how much time does he have to respond again?
A minute and a half, a minute and 30 seconds.
Okay. EnQi, can you tell us how you can prove that the biblical Christ is a literal, actual being?
Can I tell you how I can prove that the biblical Christ is a literal, actual being? Yeah, if we had another conversation, sure. But because the biblical Christ being a literal, actual being is not the debate conversation, I don't need to do that right now, because the actual debate conversation is literal historical character. And character, as we looked at, I'm going to go ahead and hit the share screen. Character, as we looked at, is a symbol marked or branded on the body, a symbol or drawing used in sorcery, a alphabetic letter or graphic symbol standing for a sound or a syllable. So what I showed you is standing waves. Standing waves are formed by acoustic waves as well as electromagnetic waves. So I literally showed you a symbol or an engraving, right? For
10 seconds.
For the word and how things are created. I know this standing wave conversation is going over your head. It's okay. Go back to school with it. Ask your contemporaries, ask your other teachers at the school about standing waves.
Time. Oh man, right on time. All right. Dr. EnQi, you can ask Jabari your second question. Take down your slide and if you're not using it. All right, let's get it.
Jabari. When you agreed to debate me about Christ, and you say that we argued, and I kept saying that I did not want to discuss Jesus. Can you explain what that meant for you? Because you seem to have come prepared for a debate on Jesus. So I'm trying to figure out, how is it that if I told you for a half hour straight that I would not be debating Jesus with you, that you came into the conversation today with 3 rounds on Jesus?
Welcome. What would
Sure.
Yes, your time start.
Do you remember in the weigh-in I said that EnQi tries to frame my statement in a way that's really advantageous to him? He never said in the conversation he was not going to debate Jesus. He said the opposite. He said, everyone's gonna know we talk about Jesus. I don't know why we have to say that. And be an honest man for a second and admit that you said that. Be an honest man for a second and admit that you said that.
I never said that.
Yo, you can't talk. You can't
He
talk.
never said it. Okay, he never said it.
I thought he was asking me a question.
I want to be really
rhetorical.
I want to be really clear that is precisely what he said. And I said, well, EnQi, if we're talking about Jesus, why can't we just put that in the title? I think it's going to be interesting if we don't say Jesus, because, they'll know what it is. And that's also the reason why when Sonetter asked him the question, are you talking about the biblical Christ? He said, of course. He didn't say, oh, yeah, I guess so. He said, of course, like it was apparent to us. I don't take EnQi as a liar. I'm going to say that he does not remember what he said. But I remember what he said because I said, EnQi, I know what you're doing. It's going to be confusing for the audience. Who the heck wants the debate that EnQi just gave you? Nobody. What we want to do is talk about whether this narrative that encompasses 2 billion people on the planet is one that has a literal Jesus. That's it.
All right, Jabari, ask your second question.
Sure. EnQi, wait, let me time. EnQi, when you say that Asar is the Wen Nefer, can you admit that when you show us the translation, you're only showing us part of that compound word, when? And then can you tell us why you are not telling us what Wen Nefer means? You're just telling us what when is purported to mean.
Your time is rolling, bro.
It's not rolling
start yet. How my time rolling?
I said time start when the question is finished.
Okay. Well, here's the answer. Your question is null and void because I never only showed you one part of the word. I actually showed you both the whole time. Now, if you didn't see it or you zoned out or whatever that is, that's on you. But I showed it the whole time. Secondly, I never said Theophilo Benga said anything about Christ. I told you Theophilo Benga said that the atomic theory comes from Kemet.
Even so, this is the wisdom, the foundation of wisdom. It came from Kemet. They recognize that. So in fact, it was not stolen legacy. No. They stole in antiquity, they recognize. This is one of them too. One of them spent five years in Kemet studying. They call the father of atomic theory. They call the father of atomic theory. He spent 5 years in Kemet studying their physics and what they call nature.
So I'm showing you that, what Theophilo Benga said, and then I'm also showing you the science so that you can understand I'm giving you tools to really be able to teach Kemetic science and get out of the mythology. I'm giving you the real tools so you can really teach Kemet. That's what I'm trying to do for you, champ. I'm trying to give you something. I'm trying to teach you, Jabari. If you're arrogant, if you could get out of your own ego.
I think you have time, brother.
Time. All right. EnQi, ask Jabari your third question. Time start when the question is complete.
What, Jabari? What is the form energy takes for a word to be formulated?
Do you understand the question, Jabari?
No, I'm not sure if I understand what he's trying to ask.
Okay, that's why I asked
What
again.
is the energy that a word...
Explain your question, Dr. EnQi. Explain what you're
for
talking about.
something to be created is what you're saying? Is that what you're asking? Say it again, please.
Come on,
Okay.
explain the question.
What is the form energy takes to formulate a word? I'm asking you, do you now understand the nature of a word? When we're talking about the word, the utterance, who? When we're talking about who, or the logos, I'm asking you, do you understand what the form energy takes? Because you say the natural or energy, but you don't specify. I just gave you actual science tonight. So now I'm asking you, do you understand the form energy takes in order to produce a word?
I want to be clear that you're talking about sound waves, but sound waves do not create physical existing living entities, not at least in the manner that human beings create sound. This is divine utterance. And so you're making it sound like you gave us science to explain how words create beings. You did not do that, brother. And by the way, I'm glad you played Theophile Benga, because now that you've heard it again, you should understand that Theophile Benga ain't talking about nothing relative to this debate. Nothing. He's an incredible elder and a master teacher. But what he was talking about does not fit with whether the Karast in Kemet is a literal character, and certainly not with whether the Christ in the Bible is a literal character. I'm glad you played it again, because I think that now people will see you were freestyling and not on the topic for almost all of the debate. And the stuff that you did talk about, you just said, you didn't give any sources, you didn't give any argumentation. You said, well, I'm saying that the Christ in the Bible is literal. Yeah, but you're supposed to prove that, brother, with sources. You can't just say it. That's what a debate is. So I'm glad that you played it again. Thank you very much for impeaching yourself with your video.
Tom. All right, Jabari. What is this, your third question? Yep.
I think that
it's your third.
It may be my third question.
Let's go.
Okay.
Time starts when the question is complete, Dr.
Okay. EnQi, have you ever heard me, Heru Jenima Aten Ra, also known as Jabari Osaze, or Baba Heru Ankh Ra Samad Se Pata, say that we are teaching from Madame Blavatsky's text in our shrine? Have you ever actually heard it? And if you have, can you present a source that proves that?
Okay, so when you teach, I'm going to show it again. When you teach from the secret doctrine that the Neteru were principles, that is literally a quote from Madame Blavatsky. Now, you may have had so many different teachings that you don't know the origin of them anymore because they all jumbled up in there, but I'm giving you a source. I gave it to you earlier. I'm giving it to you again. Now, I'm also going to show you and segue back to why this is very relevant to the conversation, because what I'm showing you is that atoms are made up of standing waves, and standing waves are not only sound waves. Electromagnetic waves as well as sound waves can form standing waves, and standing waves are the basis for all matter. So when you say divine utterance, you still are not taking in the information. You still not letting what happened to you tonight sink in. So I'm showing you once again, standing waves not only create the synchronization of your brain, they also formulate your words. They also form atoms. They also form matter. I'm giving you the science to understand what your ancestors taught.
Time. All right. I think Dr. EnQi went out for a minute. We wait till he get back. He got to ask his last question.
Does he have a last question?
Yeah, that was he got his last fourth question, and then you have another question.
Oh, so it's 4 questions.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And so then y'all have y'all 5 minutes to close out.
Yes.
Okay. So Jabari, did you not know before tonight that Christ was a title and not a person?
Time is starting, Brother Jabari.
I want to be clear that I have known that Christ is a title for a very, very long time. I assume much longer than you. The reality is when you say the biblical Christ, as you were asked and affirmed.
Together, we come back. We push forward.
Then very clearly you are not just talking about a title. But if you were talking about a title and you were supposed to prove that someone that has that title is a literal person, it'd be really nice for you to prove that. You did not engage in any argumentation to prove that concept. You simply showed us that the term Christ has a Kemetic origin. And brother, I just taught my students from Hunter that when I took them on a tour of the Met last week. This is something that virtually anyone who studied Kemet knows. But we're talking about a literal, tangible being. And as you affirmed in your answer during the weigh-in, a literal, actual, tangible being in the Bible. That is what you said. And I'm going to keep playing it because it's very clear that you thought you were going to confuse people with a technicality. Well, dear brother, that is not how I get down. I'm very clear about what you said, and I prepared for it. I really wish that you had spent the time to prepare for the debate in the manner that is proper.
Time. All right, Jabari, your last and final question, and then we close out with the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Would y'all like to have an after party or no? Because y'all been too long anyway. So what y'all want? Just so the people could get in and we can talk
I get
about
a
it.
sense that I get.
Yeah, I ain't got to stay long or nothing.
I get a sense that he's going to want to go to the after party, but you know, if we're going to do that, maybe an hour. I mean, I still have an early morning because I do have Kemetic Ascension tomorrow.
Okay. You want to,
actually
EnQi, or no?
Sunday. Today is Friday.
Of course.
Okay, here we go. In the debate, this is going to be a really simple one. In the debate, you said that I read from Wikipedia. What did you think I read from Wikipedia, and why do you think it came from Wikipedia?
Time is starting.
Yeah, it's starting. It's fine. Did I share is my screen sharing?
Yes.
Okay. So here's the original. What you did was a quick search, and you pulled up somebody's commentary on the Shabaka Stone, not the actual text, because the actual text from the Shabaka Stone actually supports everything that I started in the first round. And I think somewhere along the line in your second round, you realized that you were losing the debate because you kept trying to force the Jesus issue. So you tried to turn around and literally that's what we do at the Adjustment Bureau. So in the last part of the second round is that moment where you got adjusted and then you ran back over to the other side as a Kemetic priest to start trying to reinforce Kemet because you realize what happened. But as we're discussing Christ as a historical title, it's only responsible scholarship to go back to the origin of the title. And the origin of the title, as far as the research serves, goes back to Osiris. So when I show that Osiris, when a Nefer means to exist, I'm showing you that there's someone who existed that had the title Christ. Now, if it's not the person you wanted, because you wanted to have a Jesus debate, because you had all these slides prepared for Jesus over the last 10 years, and you didn't have time to prepare, so you thought you'd be able to use your Jesus arguments?
Yeah, get it out. Get your last one out. Get your last point out.
The people got it. The people got it.
Okay.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Okay, so brothers, we are now at the closing remarks. EnQi, you got 5 minutes.
No. I go last on the closing.
Why?
Because I went first.
closing.
Why?
Because I went first in the rounds.
Why does that mean you go last in the closing?
That's the logic Sonetta used on me last debate. He said, brother, we got to switch the closing.
He is correct. That was the last debate, though. Every debate
that's
don't
the
have
debate rules. Hold on.
No. Every debate don't have the same rules.
What?
Boy, why you think you went 30 minutes each round? That's not in every debate.
No,
I did that for this debate because it was a heavy hitter.
This is wild. Okay.
Yeah.
So we just switching the rules as we going along.
No. You are being told the rules before you even start.
We didn't discuss that. I thought that
brother, I said you are first. You wanted to be first.
And last debate.
No, I never said nothing about last, brother.
Last debate, the person who went first
those are
last.
different rules. Every debate have different rules because we set it up and see what we're gonna do. We always do that.
But listen,
brother, I was giving you hell about 30 minutes around, and y'all know that.
Hold on, stop.
You and Jabari jumped me.
Sonetta, if he wants to go last, because you know what happens, people end up seeing something that they can think and say is unfair, and then they're gonna talk on that.
Right, that is true.
And so I'm not gonna let him do that.
EnQi, would you like to go last? Because Jabari's cool with it.
Yeah, let Jabari go.
As long as he's cool with it, I'm cool with it. All right, brother Jabari, you got 5 minutes to close us out.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen.
All right. Time start when you're ready.
Okay, give me a second. All right, time is starting.
All right.
I thought we had 10-minute closing.
Question,
Wait.
Very important.
Hold on. I thought we had 10-minute closing.
Was it 10 minutes? I think you're right.
I think we did.
Yeah, you were right. You're right, EnQi.
Yeah.
It was 10 minutes. Okay. Hey, EnQi, before we get started, the Knicks beat the Milwaukee Bucks.
Hey, you might as well add to that. EnQi beat the Jabari Bucks.
Oh boy.
All right, let's go.
Anyway, take a listen.
All right, I gotta ask this question, Dr. EnQi. This is very important because we don't want this to go into no sabotage scholarship or sabotage debate. Now, I need to ask you, Dr. EnQi, the Christ that you're talking about is the Christ of the Bible, yes?
Of course.
Okay, that's.
I have to keep playing this because it almost seems like EnQi is trying his best to pretend that he can do some sort of gotcha scholarship. That's not how a debate works. Let's be really clear. We know what he was talking about. He said what he was talking about. I wasn't even speaking. And so it should be really clear that if you're going to engage in this sort of debate, you need to actually meet the text. You have to be able to say, well, what are we discussing? What are we debating? And EnQi thought that what he was going to do is show that ancient Kemet is the origin of much of the scientific knowledge of the Western world. That is not our debate topic. Then he tried to say, well, the term Karast comes from Kemet. Okay, that's interesting, but you still then have to prove that someone is a literal being. What did he do then? He actually then tried to misrepresent the title Wen Nefer. He tried to misrepresent the title Wen Nefer. That's really interesting. By the way, did you notice when he shows the TLA, there's a guy's face at the top of the screen? That's probably the person that helped him with that section of the debate. Just saying. I want you to notice that what's happening here is he just uses to exist, and he says that's a SAR. But the title is Wen Nefer, not when. It's Wen Nefer. And I want you to understand that that can't be the way that this is argued. By the way, if you want to argue whether the Kemetic Neteru were literal tangible entities or they were powerful energy throughout the universe, you have to get in line. That's a debate I'm going to have with Tahuti. And I'm prepared to do that. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because he is still trying to get us off topic. He also spent a lot of time talking about chakras. Was this debate about chakras? Talked a lot about Madame Blavatsky. Was this debate about Madame Blavatsky? Then he went into Kemet being the origin of the concept of the atom and so on and so on and so on. Is that what this debate is about? For those of you who are trying to say that he met the standard, and there's only a few in the chat, I want you to know that doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense. Very clearly, if he said he was just talking about a Karas, the title, then he has to prove that someone that had that title is a literal, actual person. He didn't meet that standard. He didn't even meet that standard. And that wasn't what he said he was going to do. Very clearly, EnQi said, I am talking about the Christ of the Bible. That's what he said. You heard him. Well, he wants you to be confused. He wants you to believe that your eyes have deceived you and your ears are faulty. In actuality, we know what this debate is about. It's the reason why Hebrews came to back him up in all of the times that he was there. It's the reason why Christians were on there whooping him up. Let's be really clear. They are disappointed because you didn't argue that concept at all. At all. Instead, I'm the one that asked him if he was going to show us contemporaneous sources. He says yes. Obviously, he doesn't know what the term means. I explained it. He shows no contemporaneous sources. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Bupkis. Bupkis. This is a historical debate. No contemporaneous sources? I showed you contemporaneous sources. These are at least the sources that you actually will hear people will make in this type of debate. I am actually debating someone who's not even sitting in front of me. That's what I'm doing. I went through the Talmud. I talked to you about Suetonius. I talked to you about Pliny the Younger. I talked to you about Josephus, and so on and so on and so on. There's so much more that I could have done if I needed to. But he was not even debating the topic. Family, that's unfair to you. I'm going to apologize for EnQi because EnQi is not going to have the decency to apologize. I know he's not. He's not going to apologize to you. But in actuality, he owes you an apology. He didn't do what Yara is going to be upset with you. Apostle is going to be upset with you. That's not what you were supposed to do. They were rocking with you and you let them down. That's what you did. Then he tried to insult me. I mean, can you imagine he tried to put a video of my recently ancestored teacher and say that I was misrepresenting him? That's creepy, brother. That's creepy. Why did you do that? He thought it was going to get me upset. He went back into Madame Blavatsky and auras and chakras because he thought I was going to get thrown off the point. Is that what you expect people to do in these sorts of debates? Whether you agree with me or not, is that what you expect people to do in these sort of debates? Let's be very clear that this brother was debating something else. And that's unfortunate because I thought we might have had an interesting discussion. I knew that he was going to do this. You saw me. By the way, Reggie said, I told he was going to do it. Reggie, I said it before you did. I knew he was going to do it. Before you came in, I said that's what he was going to do. I knew that that's what his strategy was going to be. It's a poor strategy because now instead of trying to prove one person is the Karas, now you're talking about some nebulous group of people. You have to prove someone. He proved no one. No one. He raised the bar for success, and then he didn't even surmount the initial bar that he was given that he said he was going to do. I mean, if you argue to me, you need to argue, Jabari, that George Washington was a literal historical character. And I say, aha, there's a lot of people named George Washington, and then I don't show you any of them as a historical literal character. I've made it more difficult. It would be easier for me to say, here's the George Washington you think I'm talking about. That would have been an easier standard. He took the higher bar and then didn't meet any of it. Put on some black gloves. What? Said I was using Wikipedia. By the way, when I asked him the question, obviously you could see that he said I was using Wikipedia, and then he couldn't prove I was using Wikipedia. I mean, it's like, what? Why would you do that? Family, I am not saying that because I have argued that Yeshua, that Jesus, the Christ that you are familiar with, because I'm saying that they're not that he's not a literal person, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that he is irrelevant. That's not what I'm saying. You can still read your Bible. I'm saying that if you begin to understand that we're talking about an ancient story, something that is mythological. See, we've been told that myth is the wrong thing. When you were a little kid, they probably told you myth is what primitive people developed because they didn't understand things. That's not what myth is. History is correct once. Myth is always correct. You are the central figure in myth. That's what this is. Myth is not weaker. He can't say I'm an atheist because I'm saying that this is sacred myth. That's what he's trying to tell you. Who believes that? I run a spiritual institution. I was announced as one of the 100 spiritual leaders of New York by New York Magazine. I have married people. I have buried people. I have counseled people. I've been doing the work of a priest for over a decade. I want you to understand that we are in a really, really peculiar position. Because EnQi is trying to render the Kemetic tradition like the Christian tradition, and then he's not explaining to you why he's rendering the Christian tradition as he renders the Christian tradition. He's a confused Christian and an even more confused person when it comes to ancient Kemet. You can't just stick it all together and hope that something sticks on the wall. It's really important for you to ask yourself, did he even begin to meet the standard? I showed you the lack of contemporaneous text. And I even showed you where the origin of the concept of logos comes from. I didn't even like the second part of the debate, and he lost on that too. We have to raise the standards of our discussions in our debates. If we want to have something that's both entertaining and intellectual, don't let people try to confuse you and flim-flam and do the 3-card Monty on you. Allow them to be authentic with their arguments and show you proper sources. With that, I want to say peace and blessing. Ankh and Ma'at to you all.
You know you still got like 2 minutes.
No, I thought that on my timer, it looks like I'm done.
How many minutes was your time?
It was up to 10.
Oh, so you did 10?
Yeah, that's why I finished.
Okay. All right, cool.
I try to stick with the time.
Okay. All right, Dr. EnQi, are you ready for your 10-minute closeout? And then we're going to head right over to the after fight review. You ready for your 10-minute closeout, brother? I'm talking to you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My mic was muted.
Right, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, so again, Jabari is either lying, confused, or punch drunk. He is saying that I didn't show any of the early church fathers, but I clearly did. The problem is that it didn't go along with what you see. Jabari wants to script his program and then script mine. He wants me to say what he wants me to say, so it goes along with his narrative. But I showed Ambrose. See, y'all will remember I showed this. Ambrose actually calls Christ the good scarab. Ambrose identifies Christ as Kemetic. See, that's what I was showing y'all.
And I asked Jabari when we had the questions just now, I said, Jabari, did you not know that Christ was a title before tonight? Jabari, of course I did. You know, I've been teaching my students. With my degrees, I've been teaching the students the very same material. So if Jabari knows that Christ is a title, when I say that I'm discussing Christ from the Bible, Jabari should have easily understood that we were going to be discussing the title Christ and its historicity, which we discussed in great detail. And then
I just customized and saved with Liberty Mutual. What a great day.
is Jabari continuously caught to be lying with this here thing about literal? Why does he keep doing this literal where he's lying about this? Why do you keep lying about this?
Are not literal. That is what I'm saying. They're not literal and actual. And when I hear people say, he's saying that the Neteru are not real, I say, no, I believe the Neteru are real. I don't believe that they are actual and literal.
You see,
we're talking about.
This is why I have to show y'all these things repetitively, because this man will lie like a rug. Like, I mean, this is crazy the way he just carries on. So when he says that the Neteru, which includes Wen and Nefer, do not exist, I have to point out that the Kemetic text says that they do. And since this Neter, the one that literally defines existence, is actually the first Christ, we actually totally blew him out of the water with that. And for him to keep on going is like, it's totally disingenuous. Now, when we get to the term literal, right? Let's look at the word literal, because Jabari wants to razzle dazzle. Jabari is actually the one guilty of Jabari is deflecting and projecting. When we look at the definition of literal, it says taking words at their usual or most basic sense without metaphor or allegory. Why is he turning it to mean like literal means that somebody was like walking around, or like why is he trying to misrepresent? When we go to the etymology, it says taking words in their natural meaning from the Latin word literalis, of or belonging to letters or writings. Why is he trying to change the debate to something else that it's not? I'm showing y'all definitions and etymology. After I show y'all definitions and etymology, he come around and say EnQi is making something up. He trying to flip-flam you. How? When I'm trying to get you to be a free thinker and educate yourself. It says pertaining to writing. So what did I show you? Original Kemetic text. Now ask yourself a question. How come in these 3 rounds I showed you more original Kemetic text than Jabari did? How come I'm showing you the writings from Hatshepsut and Karnak? How come I'm showing you the Amduat? How come I'm showing you the actual writings of the Shabaka stone? How come I'm showing you all of the actual Kemetic text and not the Kemetic scholar? Ask yourself these questions. Why would he say that there's a mistranslation in the TLA after saying that the Neteru are not actual, when I show you that actual means exist, and then I show you Wen and Nefer? Yes, and I focused on the part that means to exist, because that is the part that directly contradicts Jabari's teaching. That does, unfortunately, come from Madame Blavatsky. See, I know y'all might not like this, but this is a fact. Also, I did a little timing of my own, Jabari, and you actually spent more time in your 3rd round rebuttaling chakras and Madame Blavatsky than I spent on talking about Madame Blavatsky. So when you say I spent most of it, you're actually deflecting and projecting, because a hit dog will holler. And I didn't misrepresent anything Baba Heru said. Baba Heru said that the rituals that are in the Bible come from Kemet. I'm saying the ritual that is the title, the rituals that represent the title of Christ come from Kemet. I showed it. I showed the actual sarcophagi from the Gaza Strip where the original burial, the mummies got over there so to show you the sharing of the information. I showed the archaeology. I showed the Kemetic text. I showed the biblical text. Just because you are mad about the whole Jesus thing, that is on you, brother. You have admitted tonight that we had a 30-minute argument about me refusing to discuss Jesus, but yet you come here and misrepresent my words and say somehow I agreed to discuss Jesus when you also are telling the people we had a 30-minute dust up about Jesus and I refused to do it, which is why the title of the debate has nothing to do with Jesus. But I'm the one trying to fool the people when everybody can read the flyer. I'm the one trying to fool the people when I'm showing them the definition and the etymology for the words here. I'm the one fooling the people when I provide the science for a word or for reason, the information imbued in a word. When I provide the science behind that in the first round, you come around in the third round and say, let me show y'all Shabaka Stone, because see, here is words and logos and words and logo. Let these people graduate from elementary school. I'm trying to show you that the ancestors really had real high-level science and not out of context. The debate concept, the second part of the debate is on the word. So I'm not talking about atoms. I'm talking about standing waves. Everybody has had plenty of time here tonight to Google standing waves and see if words are generated by standing waves, to see if atoms are composed of standing waves, to see if the sun is composed of standing waves. All of the things our ancestors said in Kemet and in the Bible. I showed it plain as day. I'm wondering why all of your 27 degrees never provided you with information on standing waves. I mean, you got degree from Cornell, you got degree from the witches of Eastwick with the chakras, you got degree from, nobody discussed standing waves with you? Nobody discussed the nature of a word, the nature of a thought? When it says thought in the actual Shabaka stone, Jabari, you do know that this is actually actual. You do know this is literal. When it says thought, when it uses the term ka'at, you know this is literal. This is, again, a reference to standing waves. See, you can't reduce a standing wave to simply sound waves. You got to do more study. But see, that's the problem with only studying Medu Neter in a literary English translation kind of sense. Our ancestors were encoding science into glyphs. They were encoding the science of life. So if you don't understand the science of life, if you don't know what the periodic table is made out of, if you don't know that matter is made out of atoms.
Minute 30 seconds.
If you don't know that matter is made out of atoms and atoms are made out of standing waves, you cannot recognize your ancestor science when it's sitting right in front of you. You can't even recognize it because you don't know what a standing wave is. You don't know what an atom is composed of. Then I show you Theophilo Benga and you say, oh, Theophilo Benga didn't say nothing about Christ. I didn't say he did. I showed you that he said the father of the atomic theory, because atoms are made out of standing waves, he learned that from Kemet, referencing the material that I've been teaching you all night. And then literally, honestly, taking it easy on you, hoping that some of this you would absorb and take back to your students. Because I look forward to people actually teaching the actual Kemetic science instead of the gobbledygook you've been running around with. So yes, people did see one of us being disingenuous tonight. It was the one who was unprepared to have an actual debate on the science of what the word is. When we talk about Christ, the title representing the logos, we have to know what the nature of the logos is. So I broke it down for you, a standing wave. Then I took you back to the origin of the Christ title, which you yourself claim to have known. Jabari, just be real, man. Say you learned something tonight. I have an unorthodox style of teaching, but that didn't mean I'm not a good teacher for you and your students. Everybody in the chat right now everybody in the chat should say, you know what? This is one of the first times we came into this debate and learned something we didn't know before. Any debate.
Time. All right. So, oh man. Powerful, powerful, powerful debate, brothers. All right, I want y'all to know that we are live already.
Yo, press 1, I guess, if y'all want to have a panel. Not if y'all want to see a panel. Let me rephrase that. Press number 1 if you want to actually come up onto the panel on the video and talk about the debate. Press 1 if you want to come up and talk about the debate. The part you like, the part you hated, what you wish you would have saw, what you didn't see, etc., etc., etc. Is my sound working? Okay, everybody's at work. Everybody's at work. So there's no panel if we don't have panelists. Do we have anybody that wants to hit the link and join the panel and have a discussion? I'm satisfied with the vote. I don't need a discussion. All right. So I appreciate everybody coming out. I appreciate everybody's participation. Y'all can hear my vow. Y'all can hear me, right? Is my mic working? Somebody press 1 if y'all can hear me. Like, so I know that I'm not bugging out. Anybody press the number 1? There we go. All right, good. All right, good. All right, so we out of here. Actually, we not out of here. Hold on, we not going nowhere yet. Yeah, how we going somewhere? Yeah, how we leaving? Right? How we leaving without this? How we leaving without this? Right? Here's the playlist where we got the album, right? And before we even go there, though, we got to do this.
So we got Jabari coming in on a 2-question debate where he spends 2 rounds talking about Jesus, doesn't mention Christ at all, and not any of his rounds does he have any slides discussing is Christ the Word, correct?
Correct. And when I hear people say, he's saying that the Neteru are not real, I say, no, I believe the Neteru are real. I don't believe that they are actual.
So we got Jabari coming in on a 2-question debate where he spends 2 rounds talking about Jesus, doesn't mention Christ at all, and not any of his rounds does he have any slides discussing is Christ the Word, correct?
Correct. And when I hear people say, he's saying that the Neteru are not real, I say, no, I believe the Neteru are real. I don't believe that they are actual.
Dr. EnQi just 30 Jabari. Did you see it?
Bruh.
3 of them, 3 of them, 3 of them, 3 of them.
That Jabari and Sinetta have created, which is that I agreed to discuss Jesus and somehow we get to the debate and I did not discuss Jesus. So right now we're clarifying his clip, my agreements. We're clarifying that clearly I discussed Jesus and I spent more of my time discussing the origin, which you agree with. I did discuss Jesus, but I spent much more time talking about the title Christ, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason why I spent more time talking about the title Christ is because the title Christ is what's actually on the flyer.
Jabari spent more time talking about Jesus Christ, right?
No, not Jesus Christ. Jabari spent his time talking about Jesus. He didn't spend any time talking about Christ. He didn't talk about the anointing process. He didn't talk about the title. He didn't do that at all. He only talked about Jesus, which is why
he was talking about the historicity of Jesus, right?
Correct. Right. But the historicity of Jesus is not on the flyer. So now let's go to the first round, right? While you bring that up, which round did Jabari talk about whether Christ was the Word or not? Which round was that in?
I don't recall him ever speaking about him being the Word.
Oh,
he may have. I don't recall.
So you mean, wait a minute. So you mean that big thing that we just seen on the flyer where it says, is Christ the Word? You telling me that the Lord of the Rings, the Jabari with 17 degrees from 17 universities, you telling me that he came to the debate and he didn't address the largest portion of the flyer at all, not even one time in 3 rounds?
He spoke on it briefly,
now,
like
brother.
you spoke on Jesus briefly. But the main body was the historicity of Jesus, because I don't remember him doing a whole round about the Word. Was Christ the Word? No, he didn't do no whole round about the whole round. Christ being the Word.
Wait, do you remember him doing any portion of any round on it?
I remember him speaking on the Word about how Jesus was the Word and how could that be. He spoke on it briefly, but there wasn't no large presentation or breakdown of why Jesus wasn't the Word.
Which round was it?
I can't recall. I believe it was the second round. It was the second round.
Okay. All right.
I believe it was the second round.
So let me ask you a question. Are you sure, and I'm going to ask you this, are you sure that he spoke on it in his round, or he was not reacting? Because remember, we get rebuttals. Are you sure he wasn't?
Okay, he could have been reacting. No, he could have been. It could have been in the rebuttal when he mentioned it.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had no information on that. The only time you hear him speaking on that is when he's rebuttaling what I'm putting up. So
out of 3 rounds, Jabari doesn't address the main subject not one time. He talks about Jesus for 2 rounds. And the third round, Jabari totally abandoned his slides in the 3rd round. Do you remember that, 7 Asar?
Yeah, it was.
He abandoned his slides in the 3rd round. Do you remember that, 7 Asar?
Yeah, it was. He was concentrating on rebutting your talking points.
Wait a minute. Hold
in
on.
The 3rd round.
No. We get rebuttal rounds. So don't.
Yeah, but he spent a lot of that time. If you remember, he said he's going to roll in even after his rebuttal. He said he's going to continue to roll in of what he was talking about in the rebuttal in the beginning of that 3rd round.
Okay, so in the 3rd round, he spent his whole 3rd round talking about chakras, Madame Blavatsky, and the Shabaka stone, correct?
He was rebutting your talking points in the debate.
I got you. Yes, but chakras, Madame Blavatsky, and the Shabaka stone, correct?
He mentioned them. It wasn't a long drawn out about chakras and Madame Blavatsky.
Okay. Was there something else that you remember from his 3rd round besides chakras, Blavatsky, and the Shabaka stone?
I remember him talking about you not talking about the subject. I remember him speaking about. He did mention the word, I believe, in that 3rd about you not proving that Jesus was the word. How could he be the word? He mentioned that, and he mentioned that he's concentrating on the historicity of Jesus Christ.
Right. So 7 Asar.
That's what I remember.
I got you. So he didn't present any Jesus information in that 3rd round, did
he? No, it wasn't about the slides or showing you sources. It was about him rebutting.
So we got Jabari coming in on a 2-question debate where he spends 2 rounds talking about Jesus, doesn't mention Christ at all, and not any of his rounds does he have any slides discussing is Christ the word, correct?
Correct.
Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be
clear. He was like,
remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Bitches move in silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this bull's full. Ooh, you are 1 in a million, a true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder, 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 no. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. There's a murder one. There's a murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie plot, a twist so sharp it ties the night. A body bag in a body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. These is we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence, don't blame just believe us. How to get away with murder, murder. This was murder one. This was murder one. Yeah. How they get away with murder, murder, murder? This was murder one. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. Contract on Jabari. The flyer was a contract. A contract on Jabari. Christ a literal character. I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character. We had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Tried to shoot your shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropped the science of tone, related to Ray Hieroglyph and the Shabaka stone. By the third, Jabari was a gunner. Punch drunk, walking into the wrong corner. He started teaching EnQi, let Jabari fold it under pressure. Jabari tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposes devil worship and wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in infancy. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The natural appealing this, you feeling this? Woo! Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead. You can't win on a technicality. You ran into Mickey and Mallory. Jabari was dead on arrival. The intro was viral. You are one in a million. True 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. Murder one. This was murder one. Murder one. Murder one. Not just moving silence, they don't make a sound. No. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp? Are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head. This pool's full. You are one in a million. True 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. This is murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie. Twist so sharp, the ties are not a body bag in a body bag. Stacked inside the crime, take the pieces we was debating. Christ not debating Jesus, the science of the silence. Don't blame me, just believe us. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. Christ a literal character, I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character, we had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight, tried to shoot your shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropped the science of tone, related to it, Ray Hieroglyph. Pottery tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposes devil worship and wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in a race. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The natural appeal in this. You feeling this? Woo! Jabari dead. Jabari dead.
Remember I said this. Not only will we be looking looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, the source of the sources. Go to Amazon right now and get that book right there. Source material on the Kemetic wave function. Go to Amazon right now and get that book.
Pages stack like bricks, towers of my mind. Ink bleeds wisdom, time after time. Most health books, yeah, they call me the king. No one pen more chapters, hear the echoes ring. Fingers to the keys, build a legacy. Lonely nights, just a grind in me. Lay light flicker, shadow on the wall. Ideas immortal, standing 10 feet tall. Living legend, you are what you think. Pouring truth in the pages I ink. Living legend, a mirror link. Health in the mind, forever in sync. Shelf space crowded, spines with my name. Every title whispers, staying again. Knowledge runs deep, veins full of gold. Teaching the masses the stories retold. Most published health teacher, they read my scrolls. Lessons eternal, they feed our souls. Built an empire with paper and pen. Flipping through my past, I do it again. Living legend, you are what you think. Pouring truth in the pages I ink. Living legend, a mirror link. Health in the mind, forever in sync. Yeah, source material for the Kemetic wave function. A bigger discovery than brain function. Quantum mechanics and Kemetic cosmology. Put the icon in iconography. Smash the wall between religion and science. To act of defiance against institutional tyrants. But Kemet didn't have the equations. See, that's why we must thank all Masons. Passing down the tradition philosophically. All equations are derived from geometry. We don't need the numbers, we had the shapes. The pyramids hit pound for pound, we had the weights. Hey, living legend, you are what you think. Pouring truth in the pages I ink.
Hello, Dr. EnQi.
I don't know if you know the score for sure. It's a mental holy war. Only the pure can abstain from obscure. Anali Kro. Melanin versus diabetes, we in here.
Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Stone Age sermons, they scratching the scrolls. Teaching the gods don't exist, truth unfolds. I'm about to give them a long kiss. More, lay them down, make them witness the cha-cha. Game jumping wild, pogo sticks in the fog. They can't pull a source for the wave of the god. Knock me down, I stand back up. Bounce like I'm rubber, pressure won't disrupt. Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Fitted flat brim, God lay, I'm him. Retiring these old netches the hard way, grim. Spit sharper than violin strings on the wind. Cut through the noise, my essence again and again. They stone walls, I'm lava cracks. Melting their facts with this fire axe. Pull the strings, watch the wave function bend. Human beatbox, heartbeat, never pretend. Black's Academy, scratch on the map. Book, 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 the cadence don't collapse.
Play 0 games with these lames. It's up and it's stuffed up.
Teaching them the real crime. Teaching them the real crime. Killing them by giving life. Perhaps a slave, collapse away. Synapse engaged to map the maze. Ask him to pull a source for the wave function. I'm him. I wrote that, quote that, note that. Cornerstone, they rejected, grow back. Black turned ink, then ink hotel. Took an oath to a Christ named Joseph. Flow, slept, broke, blessed. Knowledge they ain't know yet. This a mental holy war. I'm still know the score. I got his music, this the encore. Strings cry, violence sing. A vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. A vibrant bring God with a thing hot. That boy got plucked in the head with a slingshot ink. We know the debate 3-0. The debate was 3-0. Yeah, the debate was 3-0. If Christ is the way, think about this. The waveform exists, the standing wave exists. Christ exists, Osiris exists, right exists. Atheists ain't Stone Age legends teaching the gods don't exist. I'm about to give them a long kiss. Lay them down, I got the game jumping. Ask them to pull a source for the wave function. They knock me down and I stand back up. They knock me down and I stand back up. I'm him, fitted, flat brim, guy, let retiring these old netches the hallway. In the beginning of Ponce planet, a manifest garden, quantum mechanics, science, life is dope, a microscope, sight in the night so dope, I might bite your throat, one of them yo Rayers type players, just winning Bronx, Yankees, Oakland Raiders, quoting haters, then kill them and turn them into smoking favors, and rolling papers, and rolling classes, we holding classes, been turning stolen classes, and get a sensei, what you can't say, got off the raw music by MJ, mouth for creation, words so wavy, shorting an equation, flow so crazy, wave function, unification is an option, stronger together, that's how we rockin', da da da, diamonds are forever, diamonds are forever, diamonds are forever, diamonds are forever. Atoms of wave, crystallizations, mitochondria official libations. No little green man, just dark green skin, crazy. Teaching them the real crime. Teaching them the real crime. Killing them by giving life. Perhaps a slave, collapse away. Synapse engaged to map the maze. Ask him to pull a source for the wave function. I'm him. I wrote that, quote that, note that. Cornerstone, they rejected, grow back. Black turned ink, then ink hotel. Took an oath to a Christ named Joseph. Flow, slept, broke, blessed. Knowledge they ain't know yet. This a mental holy war. I'm still know the score. I got his music, this the encore. Strings cry, violence sing. A vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. A vibrant bring God with a thing hot. That boy got plucked in the head with a slingshot ink. We know the debate 3-0. The debate was 3-0. Yeah, the debate was 3-0. If Christ is the way, think about this. The waveform exists, the standing wave exists. Christ exists, Osiris exists, right exists. Atheists ain't Stone Age legends teaching the gods don't exist. I'm about to give them a long kiss. Lay them down, I got the game jumping. Ask them to pull a source for the wave function. They knock me down and I stand back up. They knock me down and I stand back up. I'm him, fitted, flat brim, guy, let retiring these old netches the hallway. In the beginning of Ponce planet, a manifest garden, quantum mechanics, science, life is dope, a microscope, sight in the night so dope, I might bite your throat, one of them yo Rayers type players, just winning Bronx, Yankees, Oakland Raiders, quoting haters, then kill them and turn them into smoking favors, and rolling papers, and rolling classes, we holding classes, been turning stolen classes, and get a sensei, what you can't say, got off the raw music by MJ, mouth for creation, words so wavy, shorting an equation, flow so crazy, wave function, unification is an option, stronger together, that's how we rockin', da da da, diamonds are forever, diamonds are forever, diamonds are forever, diamonds are forever. Atoms of wave, crystallizations, mitochondria official libations. No little green man, just dark green skin. Craziest thing you've never seen. Black people are really green. Revelations, plants heal nations. Get it out the mud, reverses, tribulation. 7.365 is the station. Allegation, precipitation. We make it rain, baby. This gestation. We creators, you be haters. Cheap traders, debaters, piles moving food equators. We waiters, see papers, makers, players of the planet Earth. Father of civilization. God of the universe. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Knock me down, I stand back up. Bounce like I'm rubber, pressure won't disrupt. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Knock me down, I stand back up. Bounce like I'm rubber, pressure won't disrupt. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Black's anatomy, Black's academy. Black's anatomy, Black's academy.
The actual title that you put on the flyer and that we marketed to the people.
The reason I put it on the flyer, EnQi, because you didn't want me to put Christ. But Jabari asked you specifically, are we talking about Jesus Christ? And you said yes. On the conversation, brother.
Is Sarnetter lying, EnQi?
Somebody told me.
Wait, is Sarnetter lying, EnQi?
Wait a minute.
EnQi, is Sarnetter lying?
Hold on. Because I think you flexing with a secret snake phone call recording that you.
No, I didn't even hear the phone call. Listen.
Throw dirt on me, I'll use it to grow. Shoots, the more dirt they throw, the deeper my roots. Dirt on my name, dirt on my name. Dirt on my name. I see the scheme, fam. So biased, Lord of the underworld, green man Osiris. Surfing drip, standing waves on guard. Electromagnetic shimmer through the facade. Quantum loop, spirals tighter than braids. Real natures move, hidden truths in the haze. Ooh, see a vision, my soul stays tuned. Planted in the dark, but I still bloom. Dirt on my skin, they tryna write my doom. But I'm a rose in a tomb, petals perfume. Bury me deep, I'll still sprout. The weight on my back, it evens me out. Throw dirt on me, I'll use it to grow. Shoes, the more dirt they throw, the deeper my roots. Dirt on my name, dirt on my name. Dirt on my name. I see the scheme, fam. So biased, Lord of the underworld, green man Osiris. Yeah. Heavy 808s, my heartbeat knocks. Strings hum, sorrow, my shadow walks. Nighttime whispers, secrets spilled on the block. Church bells echo, prayers mixed with the clock. Pyramids in my mind, angles too sharp. Mirror my reflection, every crack is art. Haters plant seeds, think they'll stun my start. But I'm fertilizer fed, grew strong in the dark. Roots go deeper than your shovel can dig. Branches stretch higher than your tallest reach. From dirt to divinity, cycles are big. Every fall's a new rise as a sacred tree.
One if light electric, two if light magnetic, three if it's prophetic. Standing waves can.
Electron, proton, unity so cute to me. The wave is their community. God's living in you and me. God's living in you and me. The gods exist, the gods are actual, unless you dumb, deaf, and blind. Brain on sabbatical, from electric boogie to electric body. Double slit hobby, photon golly. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Get it? Get it? Body is body. Electron, proton, unity so cute to me. The wave is a community. God's living in you and in me.
This is why you have to go to Amazon and get the book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, now.